After a lengthy explanation of what the new ordinance contains, argues that he sees nothing new.
What survives from the original ordinance and survives in this ordinance are four things. A living wage ordinance, the opt-out opportunity for unions if they collectively bargain, a bid enhancement, which any area of the city gets. I mean, they could do it right now if they wanted to, because we put it in the budget. There's $50,000 for any area that wants to organize a bid. And finally, $1 million for street improvements. Those are the only things that are under the force of law of this ordinance that will survive, because the rest of the language is the bait and switch. You say, we the city, we will investigate, we will study, we will facilitate, but there's no force of law in any of those. Because if we don't do anything beyond study the heck out of it, nothing happens except the living wage, the union opt-out clause, and those two budget issues. Nothing's new. Nothing is substantially different. And that's the point I've been making all along. This is not substantially different, and we're putting ourselves at great, great risk.
Madam Clerk, open the roll.
On the vote.
On the vote.
Greg, hit the green button.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes. And that order will go over for 1 week.
It requires 12 votes for a bill or ordinance to pass on the first reading and be sent directly to the mayor. This time with 9 aye votes. It will come back again next week for consideration a second time by the council when only a simple majority of 8 votes is required. A report focusing on training provided by the Human Relations Commission for the Los Angeles Unified School District was heard this week by council. District 15 council member Janice Hahn talks about costs and asked the executive director of the commission, Rabbi Alan Freeling, for an overview of what they do.
We heard recently in committee, and it involves our Human Relations Commission and their work in LA Unified School District and the cost of that and how much of that the school district is reimbursing us. And then after Alan talks a little bit about the history of the work that he does and why it's so important, I want to talk about a bigger issue of how much money the city of Los Angeles actually spends in the school district. I think you'll all be very amazed. Why don't you give us a sense of your work?
Thank you.
You know, how you're called, what the work is, and why it's important. Hold my time.
Good afternoon, members. When I first came to City Hall 4.5 years ago, we found that LAUSD had absolutely closed down its human relations unit. They had set aside $1 million to restart it, but they never did. We began to put pressure on them, and finally, and at long last, there currently exists what they refer to as a Human Relations Education Equity Unit, which is staffed by about 8 people. But that's hardly enough people to deal with the problems that we deal with on an ongoing basis. We began to receive telephone calls from district superintendents as well as principals when in fact their campuses had either erupted in violence or were about to. And we immediately dispatched members of our field team to those campuses, and rather than being there for a brief period of time, they remained on site. And in many instances were responsible for facilitating newly established human relations committees, as well as participating in what they refer to as safety collaboratives.
And joining us now is the Executive Director of the Human Relations Commission, Rabbi Alan Freeling. Rabbi Freeling, welcome back to Council Week in Review.
Hello, Jack. Thanks so much. It's great seeing you again.
Before we get into the substantive issues, tell us a little bit about the Commission. What is your work with and in the City of Los Angeles?
We're in our 41st year, having been given birth after the so-called Watts riots. Using shorthand language, I would say to you that we are essentially the bridge builders and that agency within city government that tries to close gaps so that individuals and groups have an opportunity to interact in the most wholesome way, as opposed to the kinds of disconnects that usually exist amongst them.
I guess you were formed after the McCone Commission report after the civil unrest of the early 1960s. In all those years, what have been some of the achievements?
Well, I can't talk too much about that which is prior to 4.5 years ago, because until that time I was in the community as a congregational rabbi. But I will tell you that in the years that I have been in office, I think our accomplishments, our successes are many. As you well know from our discussions and probably coming up in this particular conversation, we're deeply involved in matters that affect Los Angeles school students. We're also increasingly involved in helping to mitigate the problems that gangs present to the community. We step in and be of assistance to neighborhood councils. We provide training literally all over the place. For example, we now have 4 people who are tasked to the fire department so that personnel there begin to deal with trying to get rid of hostile workplace environmental issues. We're at the police academy giving training. We've just had some experimental programs at Public Works so that in time those people who work for the Department of Public Works will have a better understanding of how they ought to relate to the people whom they serve so as to create the kinds of situations in which people communicate.
It's been my impression that you are woefully understaffed for the tasks that you try to perform for the city. Would you talk about that for a moment, and also how actual calls are handled on a daily basis?
Well, in terms of our staffing, obviously we're tied to the general fund of the city. Our allocation this year is about $1,300,000, which provides us with an opportunity to have a field team of 10 people. There are 2 deputy directors of our office, one of whom is responsible for administrative affairs, one for the affairs of the field team itself, a small administrative staff, so that we are a total of 16 people. On top of that, in terms of oversight, we have a board of commissioners appointed by the mayor of 11 individuals who are there as volunteers.
I want to give you a moment to talk about your work with the Los Angeles Unified School District. It's been the general impression there's been an increase in gang violence on school grounds throughout the city.
Well, not all violence on campuses emanates from gangs. I mean, I remember, for example, that the disturbance at Jefferson, which erupted in violence that lasted a couple of days, had as its genesis 2 girls at lunch fighting over a boy, and other people got into the act, if you will. So that always lurking in behind the scenes is the possibility of gang involvement. But I would caution you not to think of every kind of an eruption on a campus as being gang-related. And I would also say that in many instances it's not necessarily racially related as well. I think what you have to do, as we do, is examine each and every situation, first of all, to understand what's really going on, and secondly, to determine a program which will, first of all, reduce the tensions, but then secondly, create a situation in which that doesn't happen again. So that we're there over the long haul. We may be there initially for crisis intervention, but what we're doing is we are designing and then calling upon collaborative partners to be there, not only in terms of human relations training, but the creation of so-called safety collaboratives and the like. So we give full attention to the needs of students, faculty, administration, and of course parents, because if we're not dealing with the parents, we're missing a terribly important cog in the wheel.
All very fine points. I'm glad you brought them up. But you mentioned the word intervention. Is what you do mostly or completely intervention, or is individual counseling involved in this as well?
Not one-on-one counseling. That's really not our role. But I would say more facilitation and more training to sensitize people to what their potential is and how they can actualize that potential if, in fact, there's a reduction of stress.
You, of course, have been a rabbi in this town for, 35 years, I guess, something like that,
Right.
and involved in all kinds of situations with all kinds of different congregations and cultures and ethnic backgrounds and international backgrounds. What about the situation here in the Los Angeles area when we have so much ethnic trouble elsewhere in the world? Those ethnicities are here in our melting pot.
Well, Jack, I think that one of the mistakes that has been made is that we have not properly prepared most Angelenos for the kind of demographic shifts that occur in any city, and especially a city such as this. And when there is an adequate preparation, then in fact, when there is a shift in demography, then of course people are in shock and wonder, how they will deal with that situation which they suddenly confront. So I believe that there has to be a great deal more work in terms of anticipation rather than only dealing with situations on a reactive basis.
How do you go about affecting those kinds of relationships and keeping some negatives, for example, some of the things we saw immediately after September 11th? How do you go about mitigating those issues?
Well, I think that we have a great advantage. First of all, having high profile myself as a congregational rabbi for 30 years certainly is an asset. Secondly, most people in the community with whom we interact do not regard us as part of the bureaucratic system, so they treat us differently because, in a sense, we treat them differently. We are the secret keepers, we are the ones whom they trust, and therefore we can probably deal with them on a different level, and for them to have the kind of satisfaction that they're seeking than perhaps some other departments. For example, when there is the presence of LAPD, obviously there are those individuals in the community who are not necessarily comfortable at a given time. On the other hand, if we identify ourselves as part of the Human Relations Commission, it's an entirely different mindset.
Have you been contacted recently? Can you talk about any contacts you may have had to try to get ahead of some of these potential ethnic problems or problems that perhaps mirror what's going on overseas?
Well, in terms of the overseas component, I was particularly concerned that as a result of the incursion of Israel into Lebanon, that there might be some spillover of that here in Los Angeles because of the large number of immigrant populations who reside here. We then organized a task force, eventually with the cooperation of both the mayor's office and also the office of the council president, Eric Garcetti. We now have in place this task force, which is made up of representatives of major organizations who have at their root strong ties to the Middle East. We do not on purpose talk about Middle Eastern problems, but more we're concentrating on developing ways in which people who reside in Los Angeles, who perhaps have come here from someplace else or have very strong interests someplace else, are able to set aside those differences so that they can deal with one another on an equitable basis.
You're never going to be out of work in this field, I have a feeling, Rabbi. A personal question, if you don't mind. You are on duty, it seems, 24/7, 365. Do you ever get to relax? Do you take vacations? What do you do for fun? Or do you even have time for a real life?
I'll tell you, Jack, the fact of the matter is that the work that we're involved in is much more fun than you might think. It is a constantly moving scene. We never know from one moment to the other, depending on a telephone call or an email message, what the next chapter title will be. But yeah, Lori and I do find time for ourselves, which is absolutely necessary. But on the other hand, for someone to suggest that even though we are involved in all kinds of activities on several levels, that it is stressful, it is a burden, the truth of the matter is that it's not. Perhaps you'll understand this better than some when I tell you that I really believe that my colleagues on the Commission and I are really doing God's work. And if that is a truism, then I will tell you that there's certainly no reason for anyone to feel exhausted.
Well, and you always attack it, in my experience, with enthusiasm, and you're a pleasure to be around. Speaking of which, you have regular commission meetings. How can viewers of this program get in touch with you or find out about the commission meetings? How can they reach you and the commission?
Our Board of Commission normally meets on the first Thursday morning of every month at 10 o'clock on the 10th floor of City Hall. Occasionally, we postpone that by a week, depending on circumstances, and or we decided, at least on a quarterly basis, we will take our commission meetings into the community, and in those instances, we are on location beginning at 7 in the evening rather than in the morning. If people wish to get hold of me, and I certainly encourage them to call, the telephone number of our office is 213-978-1660. Please call and we'll talk.
Rabbi Alan Freeling, we cherish the opportunities to talk with you. Thanks for coming into Council Week in Review.
Thanks, Jack. I hope we'll be back soon.
The report on the commission was approved with a vote of 11 ayes. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending February 16th, 2007. On behalf of Rasha Goel and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Hello, I'm Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. Please join me in celebrating African American Heritage Month. We're inviting students from across the city to explore their creativity in a special poster contest. The contest theme this year is Lift Every Voice, remembering our ancestors, empowering our community. For more information, go to lacity.org.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
on cable channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website. I'd like to call the meeting to order. City Clerk, I think are we at a quorum yet? No, not, okay. Well, what we'll do first then is go ahead and start with our first presentation by Council President Eric Garcetti.
Just a few minutes, they're on their way.
And they're on their way over to begin. Let's welcome to the Chamber's honorary mayor, Johnny Grant from Hollywood. Thank you very much, Council President Garcetti and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. And let's welcome both of you to the council chamber.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my esteemed pleasure to be here this morning. Please, everybody, have your seats. It is my esteemed pleasure to be welcoming to our council chambers two mayors, two great mayors from two great cities here today. We have the mayor of Yerevan, Armenia, and the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. We are here to celebrate an incredible day in the history of both of our cities, culminating years of work to twin these two cities together as sister cities. We have not only the largest Armenian city in the world represented here today, but also the second largest Armenian city in the world, Los Angeles. And before I go on any more, let me introduce our mayor to say some remarks. Please welcome Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti, not just for the generosity of your introduction and allowing me to come once again to the council chambers, but thank you for the leadership that you provided on this issue of a sister city agreement, a relationship, a bond between Yerevan and the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bariev. Before I start, I want to thank and recognize the mayor of Yerevan, Zukarian, for being with us today. He flew here all the way from Armenia to be here for this momentous occasion, and I want to thank him for the generosity of this visit. Also with us today is the Consul General of Armenia, the Honorable Armen Lilolian, who was instrumental in the creation of the sister city relationship. Please give both individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Council, today Los Angeles joins the ranks of cities like Paris, Moscow, Florence, Buenos Aires, Athens, Minsk, Montreal, Damascus, and Beirut in establishing a sister city relationship with Yerevan, Armenia. Today, we are bridging two communities and forever linking two cities together. Los Angeles and Yerevan have much in common, and the establishment of this sister city relationship will only strengthen our commonalities and bring new ones to light. I'm proud to say that Los Angeles is home to the largest Armenian population outside of Armenia. Yeah. Let me rephrase that. I am very proud that we have the largest Armenian population outside of Armenia. Armenian Americans have been an integral part of Los Angeles' economic and cultural vitality for decades. The city of Los Angeles, in a meeting a few moments ago in my office with Council President Eric Garcetti, has always stood tall on the issue of the Armenian genocide. In fact, it was Council President Garcetti who's authored every resolution on this council since he first got here on the council. I authored every state resolution in the 6 years that I was in the State Assembly, and we did because we know that this city and our state has to be at the forefront of combating the Armenian genocide denial and honoring the memory of the genocide's 1.5 million victims. For over 15 years now, the city has officially recognized the 1915 genocide and has pushed the federal government to do the same. Just recently, I sent a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi asking her to bring a newly introduced resolution recognizing the Armenian genocide to a vote. Council President Garcetti also introduced a motion in the City Council to do the same. We did this not because it is politically correct. In fact, we know that there are many today, arguing that the Armenian genocide never happened. There is a blitz, a lobbying blitz, in Washington, D.C. As we speak, trying to deny the Armenian genocide and convince the Congress that they should not acknowledge this genocide. But we believe here in Los Angeles that the whole world must stand up and condemn the events of 1915, because the lack of recognition and condemnation of this crime against humanity has allowed numerous other genocides to occur without consequence. Today, with the mayor of Yerevan and the Consul General of Armenia by my side, I pledge, along with Eric Garcetti and every member of this city council, that the city of Los Angeles will continue to stand for truth and justice, and that we will do whatever we can to stand in solidarity with Armenians around the world. Let me end with a familiar refrain to all of you. Great
American Armenian poet and author once said, "Go ahead, destroy Armenia, see if you can do it. Send them from their homes in the desert, let them have neither bread nor water. Burn their homes and churches. Then see if they will not laugh again, see if they will not sing and pray again. For when two of them meet anywhere in the world, see if they will not create a new Armenia." And I'm very proud to say that this city of the angels has created a new Armenia, and we are blessed by your laughter, by your songs, by your prayer, and by your brother and sisterhood. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mayor Villaraigosa, for being such a great friend to Armenia and to Armenian Americans here. We were just talking in your offices about how we celebrated our 225th birthday this year, and in Yerevan, I think it was the 2,789th birthday this year.
Just a little older.
So we've got some ways to come. I also want to welcome the presence of our clergy that is here today as well, Archbishop Marrosian and Archbishop Derderian, and all of the men who are part of the clergy who are part of keeping the Armenian nation and culture alive. We want to salute you and thank you for being here as well. It now gives me great pleasure to attempt something in Armenian and then welcome the mayor. Let me say to Mayor Yerevan Zakarian, Bariga Lust, Yerevani, Kaga Kaped Yerevan, Zakarian Yev Los Angeles Si Hayer, Aisor Mianum and Yerku Metz Kagankner. So, welcome Mayor Yerevan Zakarian and the Armenian community of Los Angeles as two great cities become one today.
Հարգելի Անտոնիո Վիլարագաս, հարգելի Գարսետի Տիկնայք եւ Պարոնայք,
Honorable Antonio Villaraigosa, Honorable Eric Garcetti, ladies and gentlemen.
մենք ժամանել ենք ստորագրելու մի հիշարժան պայմանագիր, որը նորեջ է բացելու մեր քաղաքների եւ ժողովուրդների բարեկամության պատմության մեջ։
We're here to sign a memorable agreement that will write a new page in the history of our friendship between our cities and our countries.
Ինքը ճակատագիրն է թելադրում մեր երկու քաղաքների, Հայաստանի մայրաքաղաք Երևանի եւ Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգների արևմտյան ափի խոշորագույն եւ կարեւորագույն քաղաքի Լոս Անջելեսի միջև հարազատ հարաբերությունների վավերացումը, որովհետեւ այստեղ Լոս Անջելեսում է կենտրոնացել հայկական սփյուռքի խիստ նշանակալի եւ ամբողջական հատվածը, հնարավորություն ստանալով ազատ դրսևորելու իր կարողությունները եւ զարգացնելու հարաբերությունները հայրենի երկրի հետ։ Մեր կապերը ամերիկյան հասարակության հետ գնալով սերտանում են եւ ամրապնդվում են, ինչի վավերացումն է հանդիսանում նաեւ այս համաձայնագրի կնքումը։
Destiny itself demands the validation of the commonalities between Armenia's capital, Yerevan, and Los Angeles, the largest and most important city of the U.S.'s West Coast. It is here in Los Angeles that the significant and integral segment of the Armenian diaspora has gathered and enjoys the freedom of self-realization and maintaining and developing relationships with their homeland. Our ties with American society are growing ever closer and stronger. The signing of this agreement is itself evidence of this development.
Քույր քաղաքների ծրագիրը մշակվել է դեռևս 50-ական թվականներին Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգների նախագահի կողմից, Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգների եւ այլ պետությունների միջև բարեկամական հարաբերություններ եւ համագործակցություն խորանալու նպատակով։
The Sister Cities project was designed back in the 1950s by the American president with the intent to promote friendly relationships and cooperation between the USA and other countries.
Այս համաձայնագիրը ենթադրում է երկու քաղաքների ավելի սերտ համագործակցություն նորագույն տեխնոլոգիաների եւ հասարակական կառավարման ոլորտներում, առևտրային հարաբերությունների աճ, ավելի ստեղ տնտեսական, մշակութային, գիտական, կրթական եւ հայրենասիրական կապեր։
This agreement lays the groundwork for closer cooperation between the two cities in the newest technologies and public administration, enhanced commercial relationships, closer economic, cultural, scientific, educational, and compatriotic contacts.
Մենք դրական մեծակնկալիքներ ունենք կապված այս պայմանագրի կնքման հետ եւ մեր կողմից ամեն ինչ անելու ենք մեր հարաբերությունները գործուն եւ եղբայրական ամուր հիմքերի վրա ամրագրելու համար։ Ուրախ ենք տեսնել պարոն Վիլարագոս եւ պարոն Կարսետի, նաեւ ձեր անձնական հանձնառությունը ել ավելի սերտացնել մեր հասարակությունների միջև կապերը։ Դրա լավագույն միջոցներից է տարբեր ձևաչափերով միմյանց ավանդույթներին եւ պատմությանը իրազեկ լինելը։ Մենք գնահատում ենք հայ ժողովրդի, այդ թվում Սփյուռքի համար կարևորագույն խնդիրների եւ կարևորագույն հիմնախնդրի ցեղասպանության ճանաչման հարցում ձեր ներդրումն ու աջակցությունը։
We have great expectations for positive outcomes rising from this agreement. We will do our best to ensure that our relationships are efficient and based on strong, brotherly foundations. We are happy to see, Mr. Villaraigosa, Mr. Garcetti, your willingness to promote stronger ties between our societies. The best means of doing so is enhanced awareness of one another's traditions and history. We have a great appreciation for your input and support of the foremost cause for the Armenian people and diaspora, recognition of the Armenian genocide.
Հարգելի բարեկամներ, թույլ տվեք վստահություն հայտնել, որ Երևանի եւ Լոս Անջելեսի քույր քաղաքներ դառնալը նոր բազմաթիվ դրական հեռանկարներ կբացի մեր երկու քաղաքների միջև, ավելի բովանդակալից կդարձնի մեր համագործակցությունը եւ խոստումնալից մեր ժողովուրդների բարեկամությունը։
Dear friends, allow me to express my confidence that Yerevan and Los Angeles as becoming sister cities will create ample new and positive opportunities for our two cities to make our cooperation richer and the friendship of our nations more promising.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Gruhl would like to say a few words.
Just for one quick sec, if I may ask the president of our Sister Cities Association, Tom Labange, to say something as our champion of Sister Cities and our leader for now 25 sister cities in the city of Los Angeles, the most anywhere.
Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, welcome, Mr. Mayor, and to all the people, welcome. This is what it's all about. Is so eloquent were the remarks of our mayor and that of the mayor of our new sister city, Yerevan, to talk of 50 plus years ago when then President Eisenhower said, this is how we get together. It's the cities that really solve the problems. And that's what happens here. And I'm so pleased that Cambridge, Massachusetts, agreed to this relationship because this is the first time we have a dual in our country relationship, which is so important. And I'm proud of the remarks that so many people made because it says what's so good about Los Angeles is that all people are welcome here. And I also am proud because we're interested in being so youthful in Los Angeles that we're only 225 years old and you have all those thousands of years of experience. So we're counting on you, Yerevan. God bless you all. Welcome to the Sister City program. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and thank you and your wonderful staff for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Ms. Perry and Mr. Garcetti and Mayor. Eric Garcetti and I have kind of a friendly competition as to who has more Armenians in our district. I continue to say that we do, but the fact is that we have gone on record for many years, and since I have been here on the City Council with Mr. Garcetti, gone on record acknowledging the genocide and working with our Congressman Adam Schiff to ensure that we do go on record and never forget. We have had the great, I think, opportunity, particularly in my district, to work very closely with the Armenian community, with the ARS that is located there, with the president of our neighborhood council in Studio City, who is Armenian, and the fact that we have embraced and worked cooperatively to, I think, acknowledge the culture and have it be part of our city. And that's why it's so important to have this acknowledgement and recognition and establish a sister city today. And I think it sends a very clear message to our residents that we value their culture, we value their relationships, that we will continue to be proud to have the largest Armenian population in this area. And I know that Larry Zarian, who is mayor of Glendale, might argue as to maybe they have had more Armenians in Glendale. But I think when we see someone like Armand, who is over here, who just won our wonderful Fernando Award in the San Fernando Valley, and what he has done for Los Angeles, and as a judge, it's very much a pleasure and proud to be here to stand and support this sister city recognition. And welcome to Los Angeles, and we look forward to visiting your city as our next trip. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a pleasure to have a sister city from Armenia. I visited Beirut, Lebanon last year with Eric Garcetti, and we developed a sister city with Beirut, Lebanon, the city of Los Angeles. And the diversity of this city, the diversity of the cultures that we have, is what makes us the city that we are. A city of great unity, of great concern, and of great strength. When I look at our mayor and what he has done in his term as the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, a man who never sleeps, who traveled to Asia, where we had wonderful relationships, and now to Armenia, and this chamber filled with people Armenian descent. The Lebanese people, the Armenian people, the Latino people, that's what Los Angeles is all about. It's about this great diversity, the strength that we have. And I'm proud to say that in my district, AGBU Manugian School, an Armenian school, and I attend many of the graduations there, and all the wonderful students. They don't only learn English, but they learn their native language. They learn their native language along with their parents, and they continue that culture. So I commend you for your visit to Los Angeles, welcome you to our city, and I know what it is to go to another city and to be welcomed as a sister city, as I experienced when Eric Garcetti and I did that in Beirut, Lebanon. So we welcome you, Mr. Mayor, and all the people here, and the clergy that's here, and I see you at many of the services that we attend, the wonderful clergy that represents the Armenian community. So God bless you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for being the newest sister city to the city of Los Angeles. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want everybody to know that when the year 1915 happened and the world turned its back on it, and then just 15 years ago, the country of Armenia created itself out of the Soviet Union. Obviously, the people of Armenia have been there for centuries and thousands of years. I have to think of Darfur. Last week we had a bunch of students coming here talking about the genocide that's still going on in the Sudan. Every time I hear an Armenian speak about their genocide, we will never forget. The Holocaust in the 40s also we will never forget. And we will not forget the genocide going on this very moment as we all stand here in Darfur. Welcome to our great city. It is wonderful to have a sister city relationship with your great city and with your great country. Bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council President, Mr. Garcetti, please proceed with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We took this journey to Yerevan about a year and a half ago, and we have a very beautiful city hall, Mr. Mayor, but you also have a beautiful new city hall in Yerevan. It is a city which we hope to learn very much from, a film center in the 30s and 40s, and we are helping restore that film as part of the Sister City Agreement with the United States government help. A city where you see what happens when you have cafes and broad boulevards and beautiful urban planning that we hope to bring here to Hollywood and Little Armenia. Similarly, we hope to be able to share with you, whether it's municipal equipment for some of your city departments, or some of our experience here as a new film center. We will make this not just a symbolic agreement, but one which the economic and social and political ties of our two great nations are strengthened. We also want to thank those who have been involved with this. Let me first thank both from my staff, Baitzar Tomasian and Lynetta Mirian, who both went to Armenia as part of this trip and who laid the groundwork for the Sister City Agreement. Thank you both. I also want to thank the Armenian National Committee, who arranged for the trip and the travel for the Sister City Agreement groundwork that we signed in Yerevan. And also Susie, I know, is here, who is the chair of our citizen committee, that, as Mr. Laban said, it's not so much about government to government, it's people to people. See, was that good? I got it right. And we are working on projects here to reflect our friendship, whether it's the Little Armenia Gateway Project, cultural exchanges. When we have students at Hollywood High School, Latino and Armenian, who sometimes fight with one another, it is our vision to take a group of Latino students and Armenian students to Armenia to learn that culture, to come back here and the next year go to Mexico so that Armenian students learn about Mexican culture and Mexican students learn about Armenian culture, so that we can build a sort of city that we will all be proud of and that we will all embrace. I also want to thank the dozens of Armenian American employees of our city family that are here, from our general manager of the Bureau of Street Lighting, Ed Abrahimian, our first general manager of Armenian descent, and where's Avak? Avak is hiding in the shadows as usual. Our own great CLA, Avak Butoyan. And again, thank you to Susie Zeronian, the head of our committee, and all of the volunteers that are spending time to make this a reality. And with that, why don't we sign the official agreement?
Thank you. And if our colleagues would join us at the table, and while we're waiting to assemble there, I believe Mr. Rosendahl has a special introduction he'd like to make. Mr. Rosendahl, if you'd like to make your introduction now.
Thank you, Madam President. As they're sitting there, we'll just take advantage of this particular moment, and I'd like to introduce to all of my colleagues and to the two great mayors, Dennis Kucinich, the congressman from Ohio, who was running for President of the United States, and his lovely wife, Elizabeth. Come on over, right over here.
Thank you very much, everyone. I believe Ms. Gruhl would like to take the chair.
Thank you. I understand there's a reception in the rotunda for those in the chamber.
Be right back.
And the next presentation will be from Council Member Perry.
While we're waiting to make the transition, if I could have Neil Portnow, President of the Recording Academy, to join me at the lectern.
Sergeant at Arms,
Are you all alone?
if we can continue with the presentations, please.
Okay. You just came by yourself? Okay. Thanks for doing this.
Oh, my pleasure.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Pleasure.
There is a reception in the rotunda. If the guest will please meet in the rotunda, and we'll continue with presentation. Councilmember Jan Perry.
Thank you for all.
Sergeant Arms, if you will arrange for that.
Fantastic, right?
With Miss Perry and everyone, we're really trying
Well, you
to work
guys are
hard.
great,
so-
and we appreciate all
You
the
help us
support.
out. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's one of the easiest criminal rackets out there today.
It's horrific.
And you know, if you want to, people really want to do something about gang activity, that's the fastest way to do something.
That's right.
And to stop buying that crap
To
too.
the heart of it.
Every time I go to an elementary school and they complain about it, I tell the parents to stop buying them.
That's right.
Councilmember Perry,
Yes.
I think we're ready.
Okay, thank you very much,
All right, there
Mr. Chair. It is an enormous pleasure to introduce the president of the Recording Academy, Mr. Neil Portnow. Mr. Portnow brings a spirit of collaboration while focusing on the mission of member services, awards, music education, philanthropy, charity, and advocacy. With the guidance
If we could just
of-
ask, sorry, Miss Perry, everyone in the chambers to please be quiet till you walk out the room. Thank you.
I'm trying to get your dignity here so that you can get some respect. Yes. Okay. With the guidance of Neil Portnow, the Recording Academy continues to allow us to celebrate musical excellence through the Grammy Awards. Since the Grammy Awards first started airing as a television awards show, the telecast has emanated from Los Angeles on 30 separate occasions, providing the city with a great and substantial economic impact. But the Recording Academy has provided us with much, much more than just a Grammy Awards show. It makes an impact year-round in 12 chapter cities across the country through its professional development programs and through the aggressive and important works of its two foundations, Music Cares and the Grammy Foundation. Music Cares is a safety net for musicians in need, raising and distributing millions of dollars of much-needed support to musicians in crisis. Thousands of musicians in Los Angeles have benefited from the great work of Music Cares. In addition to Music Cares, the Recording Academy has also established the Grammy Foundation, which focuses on the importance of music education with hands-on programs for students across the country. Many of our own students in Los Angeles have benefited from these programs, such as Grammy in the Schools, and the Grammy Jazz Ensembles. I wanted to recognize and applaud their efforts to positively impact the lives of musicians, industry members, and the community at large, and I hope that the National Recording Academy headquarters, the Los Angeles chapter of the Recording Academy, Music Cares, the Grammy Foundation, and the Grammy Awards will all continue to call Los Angeles home.
Thank you very much. I want to thank City Council for this wonderful honor. It means a great deal to me personally, but I really accept this on behalf of all the people that the Recording Academy touches through the power of music. And speaking of the power of music, I hope everybody here enjoyed our Grammy Awards last week right here in Los Angeles. You know, when I was 6 years old, I watched Elvis on television, and I knew just what I wanted to do with my life. And thanks to my parents, Elvis, huh?
Yes.
Thanks to my parents and the great music teachers at school, I had a chance to realize my dream of a career in music. Now we need to make sure that others have that same chance. Our Grammy Foundation programs, such as Grammy in the Schools and Grammy Camp, teach and encourage thousands of kids who love music and whose lives are better for it. This underscores the most fundamental point that I can make today, and that is every child deserves exposure to music and the arts in school. No doubt about it. And there are some encouraging signs out there. Just this year, the Recording Academy and the music community rallied their forces right here in California to reverse the trend of reduced funding. And the result? More than $100 million for music education, with millions more for instruments in the schools. And that's a very significant accomplishment. So we're here this morning because music is a vital and important part of our culture and our lives, and we are so proud to call Los Angeles our home. Although we have a profound presence nationwide and throughout the world, I briefly want to share with you the impact that the Recording Academy and our foundations have right here in our own community. In the past 5 years, our Music Cares Foundation has given more than $2.6 million to Los Angeles area musicians in times of need and crisis. Our grants program has given LA organizations close to $100,000. And we're proud to say that several Los Angeles area music programs have been designated as Grammy Signature Schools, including LA County High School for the Arts and Hamilton High School Academy of Music. I'd like to offer special thanks at this time to the departments and operations who help us to present what is undoubtedly the most exciting week in the world for music right here in Los Angeles. The LA Police Department, the LA Department of Transportation, the fire department, our convention center, our friends at Staples Center, Building and Safety, and Public Works. Thank you all for making our lives reasonable and pleasant and for a great experience for everybody here in Los Angeles. And finally, we appreciate the acknowledgement this morning on behalf of all that we serve throughout the year. Together, we can ensure that music stays just as vital and alive for many generations to come. Thank you very much this morning.
Thank you. And Ms. Perry, just want to echo Ms. Perry and I and the mayor and also with so many leaders of the music and movie industry stood just a week ago talking about the importance of ensuring on the issue of piracy and to work with the recording industry to educate people about the damages that are suffered by the piracy that happens here in Los Angeles and across the country. So we look forward to working with the recording industry on that effort as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I think you have another presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You can take your cert with you. I'll do the next one. Okay. The next person I would like to call to the podium is Robin Connerly. Here, hang on. This for him. Robin Connerly is the past Deputy Executive Director and past Interim Executive Director of the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority. And it's a real pleasure to present her today because she served the city for such a long time and has now joined the City of West Hollywood's Homeless Service Agency, and our loss is West Hollywood's gain. In her interim executive director position, Robin oversaw the proposal process necessary to apply for local, state, and federal funding and the strategic planning process necessary for developing an effective system of housing and services designed to reduce and eventually end homelessness in Los Angeles County. She was also directly responsible for managing the development of major capital projects designed to respond to people who are chronically homeless, including the Downtown Homeless Drop-In Center in Central City East and the Respite Center for Homeless Families in South Los Angeles. In 2005, she managed the Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count, which produced the first reliable population estimates and demographic data for homeless individuals and families in the region. Robin was also very instrumental in bringing over $500 million to the Los Angeles Continuum of Care for permanent and transitional housing with supportive services. In her capacity at LAHSA, she provided a great service to our city through her commitment to support, create, and sustain solutions to homelessness in Los Angeles. She is a tremendous and caring individual who went well beyond the call of duty on behalf of thousands of people here who are homeless in the city of Los Angeles. And I wanted to take this moment to say thank you publicly, salute her for her efforts, and wish her well in her new position.
Thank you. And before we let Robin speak, I just wanted to add my congratulations, Robin. I've had the pleasure of working with you for many, many years, and there's no one more passionate and caring and who works hard 24/7 hours a day, who is committed to helping us address the issue of homelessness. And even though you won't be far from us, and you'll be part of our coalition to work on the issues of homelessness, but it's much more than a job for you or much more than a career. It's really something that you have dedicated your life, and we are really sad to see you leave LAHSA, because you've been that kind of constant voice, that constant person throughout the many years who was always there when we needed to pick up the phone and say we had a problem, we had an issue, and you came back with a creative solution and one that was compassionate for those that call the streets their home. So congratulations, and we'll really miss you, Robin.
Thank you very much. I wanted to tell all of you how honored I am to be here today and to express my thanks for having been part of the city family, both at the Los Angeles Housing Department developing affordable housing and at the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. And again, I have some special thanks here. First to Councilmember Gruhl, who I met when I first joined LAHSA in the mid-1990s when she worked at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Councilmember Gruhl was instrumental in bringing $20 million actually to the city and the county of Los Angeles through the HUD Homeless Initiative, and it's really due to her efforts that the original continuum of care concept was introduced to Los Angeles and that we began to develop a whole system of services and shelter for Los Angeles. Without her, there would be no drop-in center now that Councilmember Perry spoke of. There would be no South Los Angeles No Fail Center for the mentally ill and duly diagnosed. There are 3 housing projects here which would not exist today, and also there are numerous services and shelters that wouldn't have existed without her help. I would also like to thank Councilmember Garcetti. You have been a wonderful advocate for homeless people and the agencies, especially the agencies that serve them. Not only have you recognized the need for shelters, but you put your political muscle behind developing much-needed affordable housing. And with the West Hollywood organization that I'm now a part of, I hope to be working with you soon. Councilmember Rosendahl, you are a relative newcomer to the City Council, but you immediately recognized and appreciated the great need to address homelessness on the West Side. You are a fabulous member of the Ad Hoc Homeless Committee, and you understand that homeless people do not know where one city ends and one city begins, so you have worked closely with the cities of Culver City and Santa Monica to develop a service system to serve all the people on the West Side as well as through the city. Most importantly, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Perry and her wonderful Chief Deputy Kathy Godfrey have walked an often swaying tightrope, balancing and addressing the needs of all segments of her council district, which is home to the largest population of homeless people in the city and in the county and perhaps in the nation. Her overriding mantra, however, has been that no one should be sleeping on the street. The shelter is a right, and this city would be a better place if everyone has a roof over their head each and every night. She couldn't be more correct. This is an elected official I want to be on my side when the chips are down, because she will fight, often against great odds, for what she believes in. Every day you are fighting for human decency and dignity, and it's more appreciated than you can know.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce my husband, Jim, who's working on the 311 system here in LA. My son, James, who is actually a software developer for the largest internet company headquartered in downtown Los Angeles, and my friend and colleague, Clementina Verhan, who actually worked with me on the 2005 homeless count and virtually managed the 2007 count. Thanks again. I hope to be working with you in the near future as the Executive Director of the West Hollywood Affordable Housing Coalition, and I'm excited to develop some housing for homeless folks as well as special needs populations.
Okay, just we'll go to this one. And then we'll go in the back again. We'll just do it real quick. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay.
You good?
Thank you. And we'll go in the back and see. Okay, and then finally, my last presentation. Just stay here and we'll come get you. My final presentation. If I could ask Rosanna Wadala to join me, although she doesn't know that she's supposed to. Rosanna Aisha Wadala. Well, I would like to say it was with pleasure I present one of my own staff people, but I'm actually kind of sad because she's leaving. She began working in my office in 2004 as an intern while attending the best school in the city of Los Angeles, the better of two universities, the University of Southern California. Let's hear it. That's right. That's right. Come on. That's right. That's right. Full-time student. That's because we're so well educated and it's a difficult school to get in that we can also work full-time and go to school full-time. Anyway, as an intern, she assisted me along with the entire staff on significant events such as the annual Senior Celebrating Life event, which is something that we do every single year, and I think last year we had almost 1,500 seniors, and that she was able to live through that was a testament to her ability. And she graduated from USC with a degree in public policy. I saw what she could do under pressure and hired her full-time as a legislative deputy for the 9th Council District. She staffed me, she briefed me on committees, council meetings, you've seen her on the floor. And such good work that she did, it really allowed me to interface more on a daily basis with community members and to help them with their special events. Large and small, her attention to detail, her organizational abilities have brought her great recognition in the district, and she's been very instrumental in the 10th and 11th annual Central Avenue Jazz Festival, our Bolero festivals, and I've been able to work with her for the last 2 years, which is why it saddens me that she's leaving my office to pursue her personal dream of teaching English in South America. It has been a great privilege and a pleasure to work with her, and I have watched her grow and mature both personally and professionally. She's an amazing young person whose future holds immeasurable promise, and while she says she's not coming back anytime soon, I hope she does. And we'll still have work for you when you get here. And I know, and the staff is down here to give her big applause, but I want to wish her all the best as she moves on to her great life adventure. Thank you, Councilwoman. Say something for your father and mother.
I just want to thank the councilwoman for giving me a chance. I was this unexperienced college grad, and she believed in me, and I really appreciate it. And I don't know, I feel like I grew to love the office as a second family, spend many hours here, and I've gotten to know got to know many people in council, and I don't know, I'm going to be sad leaving, but I'm excited about this new segment in my life. And when I do come back, if I do come back, because I bought a one-way ticket, I think I'd like to work for the city again. So, thank you so much.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be by Mr. Parks, and as he's coming up, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Wiesar for a special acknowledgement.
Introduce today a delegation from the Chamber of Commerce in Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico, and they are here promoting business and investment in Mazatlan for the entire weekend. If they could please stand up. The leader of the, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very welcome. Bienvenidos. The leader of the delegation is Roberto Jimenez. Other members are Alfredo Reynaga and Jose Ramon Manuel Sanchez. Bienvenidos a Los Angeles.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be joined today with Mr. Wesson, and when Ms. Perry comes back in, she'll also join us. We have today three people that have made an impact on sports in general, but specifically the city of Los Angeles in a variety of ways. And I'd like to introduce the first person we're going to honor is Sam Bam Cunningham, who's here today as not only a former football player with USC, but pro ranks, but also an author of a book that I think is will be very telling as to the message and the story that he is telling. Sam did more for the integration of college football in one game than all the NC2A executives in a variety of decades. When he scored 2 touchdowns and ran for over 135 yards against Alabama, the coach then decided it's time to integrate football in the South. And just from that performance, he certainly went on to a very glorious, continued at SC, a glorious career, but also a significant pro career. But now in private business, he's decided to tell this story in a book, and so we're going to have him comment on that. The second person we're going to honor today is Mike Garrett, and he needs really no introduction. Mike? Mike Garrett, high school athlete, starred at USC, set many records, went on to the pros, played in 2 Super Bowls, then comes back to his home and begins to, as an athletic director, and just has done a remarkable job in the selection of personnel, adding sports, and probably, although Mr. Smith and I probably live and die with the USC football tradition, the things he's done on the women's sports side have been phenomenal, adding sports, adding the number of scholarships for women's sports, and we still have our fingers crossed that we're going to have this NC2A berth in basketball. We don't put a lot of pressure on him, but he seems to work very well under pressure. But he also just recently pulled together at least a several-decade desire to build their own athletic facility at Galen, and just put that together, and it's a remarkable facility on Figueroa, and we're just pleased that Mike Garrett is here, and we'd like to honor him for his accomplishments. And the third person we're going to honor today is a local legend, Willie West. Coach Willie West, Crenshaw High School. Just to give you a thumbnail, 16 city championships, 5 times runner-up. Also in his resume, 8 state championships. Also 1 world high school championship. The only coach in the history of the city of Los Angeles to win city titles 3 consecutive years, 3 times. The only coach to have won 5 consecutive LA City championships. When you look at the other issues, Coach of the Year, several times California Coach of the Year. And recently I was at Crenshaw, where his prior ball players came to honor him. And it obviously was a club of, everyone there was over 6 foot tall. But to have 50 young people, from Eric Davis to Darryl Strawberry to John Williams, and people that we grew up watching in high school sports, all came through Crenshaw High School under his leadership, all became athletic stars at different levels, and all of them as good people. And so we have 3 people that we believe are stars in our community, and although they're all in the athletic field, they've all impacted individuals on the academic field, in the sense of Coach West is not only the coach but also an instructor. Mike Garrett certainly could not have the success as an athletic director had he not kept his athletes in class and passing those grades. And certainly Sam Cunningham, having graduated and continued on with his success, not only in business, but now as an author, is an indication that he certainly appreciated that time in the academic institution. So let me ask Herb Weston to come up and make some comments, and then we'll give the individual plaques.
Thank you, Councilman Parks. I really appreciate that you were able to put this together. And I learned something from you today because I wondered why I wasn't invited to that event at Crenshaw, but when you said that everybody was 6 feet and over, then that explains why I did not receive my invitation, and I can live with that. Okay. Anyway, coaching, being a former, Pop Warner coach or what have you, you always strive for perfection, even though that's elusive. Perfection is something that you really can't obtain, but I want to say that Coach West did do that. He had a team that went 31-0, and the effect that you've had, so you were perfect. You were perfect. They were perfect. But the effect that you've had on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of young men, we can't say enough for how you helped them personally. And I also can't say enough for Sam Bam Cunningham. You had to watch him play to see just how, this big fella, the moves that he could make. And when he didn't feel like moving, he just ran you over. And he brought a lot of pride to our community, and they were and I'm trying to think of the few years that you had a backfield mate that was a little guy, and between the two of them, you just could not control them. And so I'm honored that you're here, that you still live in the area. And where it relates to Mr. Garrett, I want to say one of the first Sports Illustrated magazines I ever read, you were featured, and they talked about all of the phenomenal things that you had done, and it was really great to watch you. I think he had moves that were just so subtle, and you could, with a blink, he could make people miss, and he rarely got hurt. And as you can tell, he was not the biggest back in the league, but he was very, very effective. And lastly, I will say this, and this is something that my son, who's a UCLA student, just can't understand, that how I can be always cheering for USC and UCLA at the same time, because they're California, Los Angeles teams. But what you've done, Mike, at USC to bring in coaches like Carroll and Floyd, I guarantee you, not only will SC be a powerhouse in football, you are seeing a change, a great change in the basketball program, and I do feel that they will make the tournament this year and that they will beat a lot of people because of your gut feeling and bringing in the right person. This USC basketball team has defeated about 6 ranked teams, and I cannot remember the last time that has occurred. So at least what we can do is to let the three of you know just how much we appreciate everything that you've done for not only the universities, but this great city of Los Angeles. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks and Mr. Wesson. And when we look for extraordinary athletes to honor during African American History Month, we look south, not west, but south. South, to the University of Southern California, yet again, for the second time this morning.
Would you say that again for Wendy to hear?
The University of Southern California.
Okay,
or maybe I should say
I heard that.
Okay, that's right. For the second time. And I have to say to Mr. Garrett, and when I asked him to help me brainwash my own child so that she would believe that it was her idea to want to attend the University of Southern California, I must tell you it's beginning to work. So we have time. But I am honored to honor these men for their hard work and their dedication, because they have set such positive examples for our young people, and they demonstrate through their accomplishments that perseverance, commitment, and hard work enables an individual to achieve. And they are role models, and it's just a real pleasure to stand with them today and to thank them for their contribution as positive role models and as mentors, and to show as an example that this is a pathway to success. So thank you very much, Mr. Parks and Mr. Wesson, for including me.
And before we go to, we have two speakers, Councilmember Smith and Councilmember LaBonge would like to say a few words.
Being the only guy who came prepared today, I just want to say a couple things. First of all, to Sam Bam Cunningham, the story about how you broke the African American black barrier in the South will live on long beyond your years. And what happened in that football game opened the barrier up and broke down those barriers in the South. But I remember the story I read that when after the game was over, that Coach Bear Bryant pulled his team together and said, "Gentlemen, that is what a football player looks like, and we're going to have football players like that here next year." So congratulations on what you did down there and opening up the South to the reality of what America is all about. So congratulations to you. And Mike Garrett, you know, your imprint, not just as a football player, but as athletic director, will live long, long after you're gone, too. But I think your great value to L.A. is what you don't get a lot of credit for, I think, and you should. That's the Swim with Mike program, your summer programs with youth. All you do for the young people of the community around South Central L.A. and around USC is not often talked about, but we in the SC family know what you do, and we're very proud of you as a human being, not just as an athlete and a football player and an athletic director. Thank you. And Coach West, your reputation, I mean, not many people can string together a couple of wins. We got a guy over at SC who's won a few championships, but your championships far exceed what he's done there, and your reputation in this city will live long also. So congratulations to all of you for your accomplishments, not just as athletes, but as human beings. God bless you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Wesson. Coach West, how important have you been to so many young people that are so important to other young people now? Coaches in our high schools deserve great praise. And Mr. Parks, thank you for honoring Coach West. Give him another hand because they're so important. We're going to talk about the youth problem in a couple of weeks here, and it's empowering coaches and getting more coaches on campuses are going to turn that tide of problems there. And Mike Garrett was at I-19 real early on, before you were Roosevelt. You came over and you whooped Marshall. I was a little kid watching. It was a muddy day there. But the pride of Roosevelt High School, all your work, and I kid you every time I see you because there's a great film that NFL Films does of all the greatness that they did at Super Bowl, and there's many classic things they've caught, but one of the most classic is Coach Hank Stram calling 65 toss power trap, and boom, Michael takes it on an inside trap play into the end zone. The Chiefs beat the Vikings, and they say that the AFL is real then, and Mike Garrett led that. Your career in San Diego, you could have been standing around things like this here. You got away from San Diego, you came back to home, and you've done a great job at the university, and I'm proud of that, Michael. I'm proud of that greatly. And also, Sam Cunningham, I'm proud of what you did and all the athletes around you at the time, because it was a different era, as Coach Smith, I should say that. I'll give you a little credit there. Excuse me. Greg Smith said there. It is very difficult to play competitive sports, and at each level you go up, it gets more difficult. And that classic battle between Alabama and USC, and all the battles that the Trojans have. This hall, this chamber, named after a great Trojan, John Ferraro, who for many years always lived and died after he played for what the Trojans did. But what you did is you changed the dynamics of pro football, of college football, of high school football, and got education for young people, which is so important. I'm so proud to call you a friend, and all that you do. He is also the leading rusher of all time of the New England Patriots, which is so important because many, many people don't always attribute that great professional career that you had. So, Sam Cunningham, I love you, and I love all of you men, and Jan Perry as well, and what you do to promote the importance of awareness in African American History Month, because somebody's going to hear about Mike Garrett, or some young coach is going to be inspired by Coach West, or some young athlete will hear the tale of Sam Cunningham, and they'll do greater things in the future. Thank you very much.
We'd like to present this certificate excuse me,
in honor of Black History Month, but your accomplishments not only as an athlete, but also the fact that you've written a book to tell a story and the impact you've made on society. And so we'd like to present this, and then you can speak after we take these quick photos. Thank you.
Jan said he's big.
That's what they said. Thank you, Councilman. I'd like to thank the councilman and his staff and the entire city council for allowing me and my family and my Trojan family to be honored for a fantastic result from a football game, from a simple football game that we played 36 years ago, which opened a door, I believe, to diversity in the southeast region of college football. I was just a basic part of that, doing what I was supposed to do, performing the way I was supposed to perform, and from that history was made. And I get to represent my teammates and my school and my family from here and into the future for what was done that evening. To be honored by the LA City Council, because this huge city is such a melting pot of diversity, is such an honor, because we were able to do something about diversity that evening, and I really appreciate this opportunity to represent my teammates and my school, and I want to thank you once again. Thank you very much. Okay, this is my daughter, Samani Cunningham, so she's a little athlete. One of my teammates and I, John Papadakis and Don Yeager, we have written a book called Turning of the Tide, which tells a version of the story of what happened that evening and how it affected a lot of other young kids, and as Councilman Barnes said, gave them the opportunity to get a chance to get an education and be a part of the system in the South. It's called Turning of the Tide, how one game changed the South. We're very proud of it, and shortly down the line it should be a movie, so look forward to it, and if you get it, read it, and if you see me, I'll sign it. Thank you.
Yes. And next, we'd like to ask Coach West to come up. Certainly, everybody's aware of all of his accolades and championships, and we just want to honor him upon his retirement. He's leaving Crenshaw and retiring. He said he's really going to retire. So we want to say thank you for those accomplishments. Thank you.
To the President, to members of the Council, and in particular Councilman Parks, for inviting me. I think way back in 1971, I was fortunate enough to win a championship my very first year, and I was here to present my team, and I'm very honored to be back when I'm retiring, and to be able to give my appreciation to a lot of young men and young ladies who helped me in various ways in keeping scores and that kind of thing. My coaching staff who assisted me throughout all those years. I want to say something before I forget it. My wife is here she is. Denise, and my newborn 22-month-old baby Christina. I'm very blessed in being able to do that. I'm standing here and I'm watching, she just reminded me that she went to Crenshaw. She's standing over there. She told me her name, but I'm so nervous I forgot. And right here in front of me is a young man that's doing the filming. He's also a former student of mine at Crenshaw. And I also have here a colleague, Mr. James West, back there, and two of my former principals, Sid Thompson and Jewel Boutte. Again, I've put in 39 years at Crenshaw High School, and I don't regret any of that time spent. We've done a lot of great things with a lot of young people who just a couple of weeks ago came back to honor me at my retirement, and it was a great, great feeling to see young boys when I had them who are now men and doing so well in chosen fields, not just in athletics, but also in the law and teaching as well, and various other things. And I was just so proud to see them come back. And again, you know, it's just a pleasure to have been able to be at Crenshaw and to have won as many times as I have. But in order to do that, you got to have good people, and a lot of people like Sam said, they came and they performed to the best of their ability. And I like to think that I gave them my best ability, and I think, you know, in retrospect, that, you know, it's just great, and I'm honored to be here again on my last visit and calling it quits. And I'm still healthy, and I thank the Lord for that.
All right.
Next person, Mike Garrett. This is an honor, what he's done, but also what he's going to do in the future, because he has done a remarkable job at USC, not only as a player, but as an athletic director, and we've talked about his high school and his college and pro achievements, but wanted to say thank you for what you've done to Los Angeles. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the City Councilman and Councilman Perry, Councilman Parks, and Councilman Wesson for this acknowledgement. A very simple goal in life is, and I learned a long time ago, is just to win. Make it very simple to win. And when I came back to USC, there's only one objective, was to kind of rekindle the spirit that I learned under Coach McKay and Coach Dado and Coach Wolf, and that is to win again. And the one thing we do at USC is we win and we educate our young people, and that's we take very seriously. So it is great to be a part of Los Angeles, which I think is the greatest city in the United States, let alone the world. And I thank you for the work you do every day for our city. God bless. Thank you.
Which places they're going to do.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I will now acknowledge Mr. Cardenas for our next presentation.
Thank you very much. It's with great honor and pleasure that I participate in this presentation on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, as we'll bestow a resolution to one of the San Fernando Valley's most famous residents and good human being, and that is Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, can you please come up? And Anthony Davis is accompanied by some of his staff and his friends, and I'm going to ask that Joe Navarro come up in a couple of minutes and say a few words about Anthony Davis for all of us. Anthony Davis was born in Huntsville, Texas in 1952, and Anthony Davis and his family moved to Los Angeles to live on Central and 70th Street. But in 1960, that's when the San Fernando Valley got real lucky, when his family moved to the San Fernando Valley. Anthony Davis attended Vaughn Street, Morningside Elementary School, San Fernando Junior High, where I attended, and San Fernando High School, where I also attended. As a youth, he honored his athletic skills playing at San Fernando Park, which was recently renamed to Cesar E. Chavez Park. He played football, baseball, wrestling, and track and field, and he was a star in every single one of those arenas. He was a member of 4 national championship teams, 2 in football, and 2 in baseball while he attended college over at USC. I apologize, I'm going to probably butcher this a little bit because we have paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of Anthony Davis's accolades and the records that still stand today. For example, he rushed for over 1,000 yards for 3 years in a row. He also ranks as a third on USC's all-time rushing list with 3,778 yards. He also holds the record of most career touchdowns with 54. Two-time Pac-10 Player of the Year. Most career average yards per kick return was 36.6. The longest touchdown kickoff return in USC history, which is 106 yards, which I thought was impossible because a football field is only 100 yards long. So Anthony Davis learned how to do the impossible on the field. He's also the greatest player in the USC versus Notre Dame rivalry with 11 touchdowns and 747 all-purpose yards against Notre Dame in a 2-year period. I'm telling you, Notre Dame hates this guy. But it's all fun, and I'm sure they lovingly hate you as they wish that they could have recruited you, yet USC was the university that was fortunate to have you on their team. Also, he was the only consensus All-American NCAA history to participate or lead his team to 4 national championship titles in 2 different sports, once again in football and baseball. He's done numerous television screen appearances as well, but the main reason why I think Los Angeles should be grateful to honor Anthony Davis as one of our own is because he has learned how to give back. Anthony Davis has partnered with USC and Nike to create the Anthony Davis Foundation, which recognizes USC students that have best demonstrated an ability to achieve success in the face of insurmountable challenges. Each year, the recipient will be presented with the Anthony Davis Foundation Breakthrough Trophy, and also he makes sure that he keeps his eye out and assists those students without his support could not attend USC. Once again, we talk to our young people all the time. We say, be the best you can be, reach for the stars, but we also tell them as well, learn to give back to your community, because without that, other children behind you will not be able to experience their dreams as you have. Anthony Davis is a man not only who dreamt, but a man who experienced wonderful things. He's grown to be a wonderful, great human being and a professional, and he gives back to the community. And I think there's a good reason why he's learned how to do that, many reasons. But one person that I'd like to bring forward before we hear from Anthony Davis himself is his mentor, Joe Navarro, who met Anthony Davis when Anthony Davis was 17 years old and realized that this young man was special. So with that, I'd like to give Joe Navarro an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, fellow council people and staff. I met Anthony exactly 36 years ago when he was 17. We had a dinner of some sort, and I remember that we had 10 people in our table, and we had 2 incoming freshmen attend. And he happened to sit at my table with another boy by the name of Alvaro Ovilas. No, Orlando Ovilas. I'm a little nervous. I don't do this every day. And one thing I liked about the kid, Anthony, is the first thing I asked him, I says, what are you? And he says to me, I'm a Virgo. I was born September the 8th. And I says, boy, that's great, because I'm a Virgo also. I was born September the 1st. But what I like about him, I have seen him grow up. I've seen him through the years, and I'll say this, that's really, really impressing. He never says no to a kid for an autograph. We've been all over California and different, when we go to Notre Dame, and even the people at Notre Dame, and in spite of the fact that he's called the Notre Dame killer because of the 6 touchdowns in one game, I'll never forget that. And also, he gives back to the community. We've been together in various places. We've been to picnics that involve ex-drug addicts, ex-prisoners, and he's spoken to them. We've been to juvenile hall together, and he's spoken to the kids in juvenile hall. We've been to high schools together, especially here up north and in Los Angeles. The man gives everything that he has to his kids and to the community. and that's why I'm very fortunate to say he's my boy. I've adopted him, not officially, but unofficially. I consider him like a son. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
And
For those young people watching, please understand, when you do everything that you were born to do, when you do the good things instead of the bad things, people like Mr. Navarro will speak about you just the way you just heard him speak about Anthony Davis. No matter how many trophies you get, young people, no matter how many accolades you might receive, or medals, or honors, or standing on the podium, the one thing you need to understand is you are an inspiration to us when we can talk about you like that. So with that, Council President, when you're ready, I'll ask Anthony Davis to come forward to say a few
we
words.
do have two council members that would like to say some remarks. Councilmember Parks, followed by Councilmember Smith.
Go figure. These are the USC.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to Anthony Davis, you've given us so many thrills in your football career. I mentioned to him earlier today, my first contact with him was the Chargers, the Valley Chargers. Baldwin Hills football, Pop Warner came to play the Valley Chargers. And that had to be somewhere, in the 70s or so, 60s? 60s. And today is 2007, and we have not tackled him yet. He was amazing as a Pop Warner. He was amazing in high school, amazing in college. The game, I think, his signature game, Notre Dame, he broke the hearts of Notre Dame fans all over the world with that second half. And just amazing ball player. I'm just so pleased that you're here today to be honored. You certainly deserve all the accolades. You are a legend as it relates to this whole town and what you've done on the football field. So just thank you for being here.
Mr. Smith, we have Mr. Reyes too, but did you want to be last? I keep putting you last for some reason. Mr. Smith.
I have to go, so that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Anthony, we spoke earlier today, and I'm so proud to see you all. It's kind of a Trojan day around here. There's a lot of lugs around here from us Trojans. But I just want to tell you a story. That 1974 Notre Dame game, your hallmark game, the one you will be remembered on for the rest of your life, was just part of a brilliant career. But it's the one snapshot everybody remembers. And to this day, when you walk in Notre Dame Stadium, when I was in South Bend a year ago with you, when you walk in, the murmurs through that crowd is something really to behold, because they go, oh, God, we know who that is. You played 30, 40 years. They still remember you to this day because of what you did on that field that one day. And I remember the story is that John McKay came in at halftime, and we're getting our tails kicked pretty bad. And he came in and said, we're going to start the second half. Anthony Davis is going to run a touchdown back. And that started the avalanche that became one of the greatest college football games in history. I was a newlywed, and I couldn't afford to be at that game. I was watching the game at home on television. In the first half, I was throwing things and yelling things, and my new wife said, I'm going shopping, dear, and left. And came back, saw me all but dancing in the streets because of what you pulled off in that second half. It is truly monumental football. It's classic football that will go down in history books, and congratulations to you. But I will remember you for what you did afterwards, when you took the pads off and the helmet off. I met you a few years ago out at Sylmar Park, where you were out with a baseball opening day in baseball. I've seen you out at Pop Warner football games. I know what you do for youth of our community and our valley in particular, and that you're always there to help young people, mentor them, to make them better citizens, and hopefully someday they may be anywhere near as great as you as a football player. But as a human being, what you did after your career in pads and helmets is what the real mark of a man is. And I congratulate you, and you brought great pride to all of us who went to USC and all of us who stand and cheer. And I look forward to being with you. You're going back to South Bend this year, I presume? We're going to see you back there? I know we will. God bless. Thank you for being a great human being and a great supporter of youth in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you for saluting Anthony Davis. I was at John Marshall High, and you guys at San Fernando. I was with Mike Haynes, and you guys were big San Fernando. We're a little Marshall. We never played you. But I got a chance to watch you when you're at the University of Southern California, because I was a film loader for NC2A Films. And we shot so much film. And that game was unbelievable, being there, being down 24-6 at half. It's unbelievable to see that and to win 55-24. But what you did to ignite a team and unite a team what you've done for the university, what you did for college football. It's really a credit, and as Mr. Smith spoke of and Mr. Carter spoke of, what you do for people is so important. So I personally just wanted to salute you, because it was if I could say of the 100 days of my life, one of the most special days was that when USC played Notre Dame and we're down 24-6 at half, and you turned it around, along with Charles Phillips' interception. I think is right there to cap it off, amongst many things. Congratulations there.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Cardenas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a legend of the San Fernando Valley, Anthony Davis, to accept this resolution and say a few words.
I'd like to thank the City Hall for this honor, and especially Tony Cardenas, who also went to the same junior high school and high school that I attended. And we were sort of talking at the side there doing the previous ceremony, and he told me where he grew up. I grew up on a street called Cochran, right in front of the Bradley Warehouse, and he grew up on Fillmore. Then he was telling me he had some of his siblings went to school with me. I couldn't remember him. I guess I took too many shots in the head because it was during that time. But the main thing that I'm really proud of what you just said about my background is the fact that I can give back. And whenever I see a youth, I see myself. And one of the things I tell a youth when I see them is that life is like a football game. When you get knocked down, you got to get back up. And every time you get up, you got to get stronger. So that is my given philosophy to a kid. I don't care what color he is, what creed or whatever. If you can touch a kid. I remember about 10 years ago, I was at an autograph session and a kid came up and he was really shy. And I says, come on, because, that's a little intimidating. See this big football player thing. So I signed this kid's autograph. And then I saw that kid 10 years later. And this kid saying to me, says, you're one of the reasons I went to University of Southern California. You're the reason I'm successful in business. And just to hear a kid say that was very touching. And if you can just reach a kid every day, that can turn a kid's life around. And I tell former colleagues before men, take time for that child. You never know. That one moment can change a kid's life. So coming from humble beginnings from San Fernando, coming from Texas, starting my life here in Los Angeles, moving to the San Fernando Valley where I grew up. And really funny, Councilman, I was back in my hometown the other day and went on that street, that little cul-de-sac I lived on, looked at old San Fernando Park, and I says, this is my humble beginnings. And for me to stand here 30-some-odd years later and to be honored in these chambers is very gratifying to me. And, Councilman, I'd like to present something to you. And also, after this we're talking here, I want to acknowledge there's some people here. Obviously, Joe Navarro, who I've known since I was 17 years old, who was a great mentor to me. Also, my lady Vera LeBlanc and her daughter Angelique. And I'm a little nervous here because this is I've spoken many times, but this is really something special because this is the fourth time I've been in this building, period. And the first time in this chamber. And all the years I've lived in this city. And then also, the president of my foundation, Dick DeBakis, who was a graduate of USC, who came to me last year and says, you know something, Anthony, we need to do something to get back to the kids. And he came up with the idea, and I says, no one's going to recognize that. And he convinced me. We've had our first dinner, and we gave monies to 3 recipients going to University of Southern California. And one of the most inspiring things for me was the fact one of the recipients was a girl who was awarded to the courts who got the money is going to USC. And I'm looking forward to meeting her. Okay?
Congratulations. Thank you.
We have something for you. Now, I understand. I was in your office. I saw a friend of mine, and the same guy who played in the same football team collegiately, Los Angeles Rams, Eric Dickerson.
Yes.
So I'd like you to have this and display this in your office. It has all the things, 2005 Hall of Fame, All-American on the front, and also the signature name, Notre Dame Killer. And you can display it anywhere you want. And I will. And it would be my honor if it could be in your office.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Another word to the young people, just to show how much I love what Anthony Davis does for the community and who he's become. I don't want to spoil the moment, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a UCLA fan, but I have never contemplated having a USC paraphernalia in my office until now, and I will display it proudly. So young people, we can overcome anything. It has to come from within, and the will to say, you know what, I can be a bigger, better man, a bigger, better person, and I will definitely display this in my office very proudly. So with that, we give this resolution on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, signed by all of the constitutional and city council members of the City of Los Angeles, bestowed upon Anthony Davis, a legend of the San Fernando Valley, an all-around wonderful human being, and someone who's demonstrating every day in his life that he loves, he loves giving back. God bless you, Anthony Davis, and thank you for being who you are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. While we still have 12 members, we're going to run through the agenda real quick. Mr. Labange, did you want to do a very quick introduction, and then we'll run through the agenda? Absolutely.
Witness today's Yerevan Sister City relationship is our chair of the Auckland, New Zealand Sister City, Rod Dixon, and his wonderful wife, Debbie. I want to welcome. Rod is a great Olympic gold medalist from Montreal as well as Munich. Give him a better hand. Thank you.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
I'll move those. Mr. Weston seconds. If there's no objection, those will be unanimously approved. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay. Mr. Labange moves and Mr. Parks seconds. Without objection, those will too be unanimously adopted. Run through the agenda next.
Yeah, Mr. President, before beginning the agenda, there are several items to be continued. There's been a request to continue item 4 to April 4th.
April 4th. Colleagues, is there any objection to continuing item 4 to 4407? If not, we will go ahead and do that. Next item.
There's also been a request to continue item 6 to March 7th.
Okay. March 7th for item 6. Does anybody object to that? If not, so ordered.
And the last request to continue item 10 to March 21st.
March 21st, colleagues, for item number 10. If there's no objection, that will be adopted as well. Next order. Next item, please.
On the regular agenda, item 1 is a public convenience necessity item in Council District 13, notice for public hearing, and the recommendation is to grant the application. There is a card on that, however.
Okay, let's call that special for a card from the public. Next item.
Items 2 through 7 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 2 and 3 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the desk.
That would leave council items 5 and 7.
Colleagues, anybody wishing to call items 5 or 7 special? 5 and 7? Seeing none, let's open the roll. Those two, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And if there's no objection, 5 will send forthwith. Those are approved. Next items.
Items 8 through 27 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Do we have any cards on those?
The council has cards on item 9 and 22.
Okay. We'll call those 2 special for cards from the public, and we will open and close the hearing on the rest. Ms. Hahn?
For Councilmember Cardenas, I'm calling 25 special.
25 for Mr. Cardenas. Thank you. Mr. Parks?
We have an amended motion circulating on 27.
Okay.
And we have a card. You said a card on 9?
Yes, there's a card on 9.
Okay.
So we'll hold 27 on the desk for the amending motion. And on the balance, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items?
That would conclude the items for the regular meeting. Do you wish to take up the special meeting?
Please call the roll for the special meeting.
Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 12 members present and a quorum.
Okay. First order of business.
Item 28 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call 28 special from the council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll on 28, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next
Items 29 and 30 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and I understand there are 2 cards on each of those.
Let's call those special then for cards from the public. And we will is that the entire special?
That concludes the items.
Let's continue that back into the regular agenda so we can put those together. And our next presentation is from Mr. Wesson of the 10th Council District. Please welcome Councilmember Herb Wesson.
It's still morning, by about 15 minutes. Good morning, Mr. President and members. The next few people that I want to talk about, before I talk about them, I want to thank them for their patience. I've got two young children here, and they behaved better than some adults that I know. But anyway, when I was growing up, we didn't have DirecTV, satellite dish, cable, or whatever. So if you really wanted to, coming from a poor neighborhood, if you really wanted to see the world, if you really wanted to see what it was like to be a villain or a hero, if you wanted to just travel, you would go to the library and you would read. Nothing is more magical than reading a book and taking a trip, maybe on a time machine or a trip on a flying carpet. For a kid, that meant everything to me. Unfortunately, in our school system today, we have outdated libraries. So a program was started where individuals felt that they should help inner city schools and that they should restock libraries so that the kids of today could experience the types of things that we experienced when we were growing up. And on February 1st, school board member Marguerite Lamont and I see her somewhere. This is a signal for you to come close to me. Anyway, we were at an event at the Coliseum Street School in the district that I'm fortunate enough to represent, and so does Marguerite. And they restocked the entire school library. And the individual that took the lead on this was a man by the name of Michael O'Brien. He donated the lion's share of the money, and he did it in the name of his wife, Catherine, who had passed away. Standing there with his two children, who were so proud when they saw the faces and the excitement of the kids from this area, kids that were not as fortunate as they were. So I was so impressed with the children, so impressed with Mr. O'Brien. I wanted to bring them to council and to let them know that the entire city of Los Angeles is truly appreciative of what they've done. Now, I do that because we're going to turn around and ask him to do it again. So when I do bring him up, in fact, I want you to give him a rousing round of applause, because Marguerite and I will put the bite on him again. At this time, I'd like to have Marguerite say a few words, and then I'd like to present you with some certificates.
Thank you, Herb. There's so much history in this chamber this morning. I want to thank the council members for that, first of all, and say that the first African-American superintendent of schools, Mr. Wesson, is in the house, Mr. Sidney Thompson. Thank you so much, Sid. Thank you. There are those who thought Mr. Brewer was the first. I just want to say that my favorite editorial cartoon is one of a homeless person, and I know Jan has done so much with homelessness. And he's reading a crumpled up newspaper, and the caption says, "He will never be out of touch with the world because someone taught him to read." So I want to thank Herb Wesson. I want to thank the O'Brien family for providing the resources so that thousands of students in the city of Los Angeles will have that magical moment that Councilman Wesson mentioned and will never lose touch with reality. Thank you so much to the O'Brien family.
Thank you, Marguerite. At this point in time, Albert Lord. We've been joined by Council Member Perry, but at this point in time, what I wanted to do is the kids, the young people came down here today. Smile, we're on Channel 35. They came down here today to see their father receive an award. But I think we should acknowledge them. These are two, like I said, brave well-behaved, strong kids that are keeping the memory of their mother alive by standing with their dad and helping people that are less fortunate than them. So first, what I want to do is I think we should do ladies first. Evan, what do you think? So first, Emily Aubrey O'Brien. This is a commendation from the City of Los Angeles, signed by me and our great mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa. Congratulations to you. Evan Michael O'Brien, you're 9, right? So you're the big brother. I want to present you with a commendation from the greatest city on the planet, signed again by myself and the mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa. And to your phenomenal father, Council Chambers, please let me welcome Michael O'Brien and have him say a few words. Michael?
Thank you. Catherine was never a person that wanted to be the center of attention, but I'm sure today she would be so honored to know that she's being remembered this way. I'm so grateful to be a part of this Coliseum Library project, as well as Evan and Emily are, and their mother, Catherine. And especially thankful to be a contributor to Corey LA's children's literacy efforts. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the kind and generous friends of Catherine who chose to remember her by contributing to this lasting tribute to her life and her passion for literature. And I could tell you that her passion started at a very young age. Her whole family, her mother, a Spanish teacher, her father, a professor of literature, her brother, a noted writer who's written over 6 books and editor of Oprah Magazine Today, have all shared her passion for literacy. And late in Catherine's life, she shared it through her work at the school as a teacher's associate, her work in starting the book club in Long Beach, and her passion every day in trying to bring that spark and love for reading to children and adults as well. I'd like to thank everybody here, and it's been so touching for us to be here today. Thanks.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Goodbye.
Nice to meet you.
With what? Hey, can we get one photo?
Next, I'd like to recognize for our last 2 presentations, and then we will be returning to the agenda and public comment, Council Member Dennis Zine.
Well, they say they save the best for last. It's not that they don't like the media here, but we are honored to do 2 presentations, and the first one is for radio, a man who I've known for many, many years, Mike Lundy. Mike Lundy, born in Minneapolis, Minnesota, raised in Alhambra, California. Mike, come up and join me. Graduated from Pasadena City College, worked briefly at KDWC in West Covina. His first real radio job was in Merced, California at KYOS. In the mid-60s, he was at KAFY Bakersfield for 2 years. Graduated from UCLA in 1966 with a political science degree. Mike hired Bob Wilson at KAFY. I never heard of these stations before, by the way, which led to other opportunities for the 2 men to work together. He worked morning drive for a time at K-Day, as well as programming chores. From 1974 to 77, Mike was a general manager of Ted Rangel Enterprises, one of the earliest consulting companies. In 1977, he joined KFWB as a news anchor. Made a brief stop at KORJ, located in Orange County, before joining KGIL as Director of Programming and Operations. That's where I met Mike Lundy. During the hiatus from KGIL, he did news and traffic at KFI and Coast. While working at different stations, Mike ran Lundy Media Group throughout most of the 1990s. The company produced radio programs for Japan and monthly English language conversation for CDs for use by Japanese students, and Mike traveled many, many times to Japan. For the past 7 years, he has been at All News KFWB. Mike has been honored with Golden Mics from the Radio and Television News Association of Los Angeles for his news broadcasting. Also involved with the March of Dimes and a member of the board of his church. He has worked with many community groups, helping publicize and market their public service efforts. And just a personal note that when I was a motor sergeant at Valley Traffic Division, we had a show on KGIL, and there was KGIL and KMGX in the San Fernando Valley, 2 stations, and you can often hear Mike's voice on KFWB. He's got a very distinct voice, which you hear in a minute. But we met and did a whole lot of programs together, a lot of public service programs over the years. And he's retiring from the media, retiring from radio, and retiring from consulting, and just going to kick back and relax and enjoy the many, many years of broadcasting. And he's been a legend in Los Angeles. So we're going to give you 22 minutes.
And we'll give you the world.
There you go. Mike Lundy. Let's hear Mike Lundy.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you very, very much. Gosh, we go back to his efforts as a motorcycle sergeant in the San Fernando Valley, working to keep drunk drivers off the road. And it's a situation that only gets worse, but I know that the Los Angeles Police Department is working hard, not only in the Valley, but everywhere to solve that problem. This room brings back a lot of memories. I was in here the first time when I was 17 in the civics class. I had to come down and do a report, and I looked at the console and I thought, gee, that looks like a pretty cushy job. Maybe politics is the way to go. Little did I realize there were little things like fundraising and committee meetings and getting elected and community projects and taking care of things like this. From there, I went to SC, actually, at a summer project, and passed an audition, and first broadcast in my career was at the KUSC, so it was amazing. But the names that echo around this room, I remember Fletcher Bowron, for example, and of course Sam Yorty and Tom Bradley, and the council, Ernie Bernardi, and Joel Wax. And the name that just resonates through these halls is that of John Ferraro, his mellow tabulate the vote. That is just something that I will always remember. I want to thank you, Councilman Zine, for your service to the city, and thank the city for this honor. I had thought about, upon retirement, moving to Denver, but I decided no, Los Angeles is my home because I'm a proud Angelino. Thank you, Councilman.
Mike, thank you. We wish you well in retirement. Mike Lundy.
Thank you very much.
And we'll do photos in the back in just a minute. And the next presentation, also for the media, from Fox 11, Elizabeth Espinoza. Elizabeth, you please come forward. And bring the group with you, please. She's got her cheering section with her. Elizabeth Espinoza, being honored for her commitment and dedication to the disabled community. Elizabeth is employed by Fox 11, one of the largest television networks in the city of Los Angeles, and concurrently serves as an advocate for disabled community. On January 29th, Elizabeth's efforts and dedication made Operation Confidence Jazz for Humanity a huge success. Elizabeth is an assignment reporter and anchor for Good Day LA morning show. Put your pretty face up here. Get over here. Get over. Don't hide in the background. You're used to being on camera. She is responsible for making Operation Confidence positive redirection team fundraiser success by her news coverage and as mistress of ceremony. Her dedication and support have made it possible for 4 members of the team, all wheelchair users, to travel to New Orleans, Louisiana, where they will mentor and provide life coaching workshop for the disabled community devastated by Hurricane Katrina. Elizabeth is a role model and an excellent example of a true humanitarian to the disabled community, and especially to her disabled brother Christian. Los Angeles City Council joins your family, friends, co-workers in commending you for your support to Operation Confidence. Elizabeth Espinoza. Absolutely.
And Mr. Wesson, just before...
Yes, wait, somebody else wants to talk.
Okay, just real quick, Mr. Wesson and Mr. LeBons want to add their good wishes? And then Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and I want to thank my seatmate, Dennis Zine, for bringing in this wonderful human being who who I watch every day, Monday through Friday. In fact, she's one of the few women that my wife allows me to say positive things about. But not only is she a phenomenal, just energy, spirit, but she cares, and you can tell that she's doing everything that she can to give back. And to me, we all have to realize that you know, we're given this lot in life. Some things aren't our choice. But for everyone, regardless of their situation, they should be put in a place where they can achieve their own greatness. And I think that that's really what you're doing, Elizabeth, and I appreciate it. My other colleagues appreciate it, and other people appreciate it as well. And for you to have pros that are at the top of their game, that are going to go down to New Orleans and help other people, is just a wonderful thing. So I just wanted to get up and to say I commend you, and I thank you for waiting so long. I know you've been up since like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, to say the least. But yes, she looks extremely good. But anyway, thank you so very much for coming down, and to the rest of you, a continued success. You can do anything as long as you believe that it's possible.
That's right.
Anything.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. To follow Mr. Wesson, you touched all the bases, but I want to touch them again. Touch them again. Elizabeth, it is a positive thing when you have that very important role. You know, I kid at Ms. Hahn when I first got here, there's 15 microphones and I have one of them. But you're part of a cadre of reporters who have microphones and cameras in our city that go tell the story of people in need, and you bring it to the attention of others, which makes a difference. There's a thing called the Fourth Estate, which the media is all about, and you're of high integrity in the Fourth Estate and making a difference and all of this. And Fox has a little tradition there, even before you became Fox. Christine Devine and Wednesday's Child is a remarkable thing that has changed lives of everybody, of exposing people to the needs of children and the opportunity to have a family life.
Right.
So it's real, you're real, and thank you, Mr. Zine, for doing something right. For honoring Christine.
I'm glad
Thank
it's
you.
something right for a change.
You betcha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
And Mr. Weezar wants to add his good wishes too. You're very popular, so.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Zine always does many things right. Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Jose.
But Elizabeth.
I'm endorsing you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Well, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the work you do, not only here, but I've seen you in action with this network and another network, using what's around you to raise issues of importance that all of us should be paying more attention to. So I congratulate you and thank you. And we need more Elizabeths doing the type of things you do. So thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, and on behalf of Operation Confidence, it gives me great pleasure.
Tell me yours.
By the way, I'm Consuela Mackey, Executive Director, founder of Operation Confidence, who provides a nonprofit organization that assists individuals with disabilities to go out into the workplace. And we're just so excited to have the Positive Redirection Team, as mentioned, a group of dynamic individuals in wheelchairs who have reached out to New Orleans to say, I want to come and help that forgotten population, individuals with disabilities devastated by Katrina. We have Bethany here and we have Brahim there, and they're going to say a few words, but I just want everyone to know, when I reached out to Elizabeth with tears in my eyes saying that we have to go help these people, Elizabeth didn't hesitate. She says, girl, what can I do? And I had to make it possible for her to be acknowledged by Los Angeles and all over, to know that this young lady is unbelievable. She didn't stop. She says, what can I do to help you? And I'm just so thrilled that I can call her my sister, and I'm thrilled that her dad's here, and I just love her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I have a mic for Bethany?
There we go. You got a hand mic.
Hi, my name is Bethany Bookin, and I'm a wheelchair dancer, and I'm so blessed to be part of this organization because it's just so wonderful.
So precious. I love you. You're so precious. You're doing a great job. I love you. Finish talking. Go ahead. Come on, sweetheart. We're doing a remarkable thing here.
I'm so blessed to be part of something so wonderful, and it's so important to keep the ball rolling, and that people with differences are heard, and it's so important, and it's so important that we keep going and keep things accessible in our society. It's so important because for someone who uses a wheelchair day to day, I would love to, it's important for me to feel like I can go places on my own and feel successful and feel like I can, adapt to my world. And it's about everybody being able to access the world like everybody else. So thank you very much, and I'm so blessed to be part of this wonderful organization. Thank you, Consuelo Mackey.
Well, real quick, I'd just like to say thank you, Elizabeth. A lot of times people get to the top and they forget about the little people, and this is one woman that didn't, and I'd like to say God bless and thank you for all your help.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Elizabeth.
You know what? Obviously, I'm speechless after both their presentations. Honorable City Council, thank you so much. I really appreciate the honors. You also do an amazing job, and I think it is so important to use our platform to make a difference. And, Bethany's story is one of so many. Ours, I will introduce you briefly. This is Ricardo Espinosa, my father, who, yes, he deserves a big round of applause. And that's because my father took on a huge challenge, and that was in 1983. Nobody knew that we were going to have a brother, and nobody knew that there was going to be medical malpractice. And so our lives changed dramatically, as you might imagine. My brother is Christian Espinosa, and I would have loved to have him here today, but this is too much for him. He's 23. He's severely brain damaged. He does not speak, so we have to do everything for him. And that includes taking a shower every day, going to the bathroom, stuff that I do as well with my parents. I'm very proud of that, and I think that that's really what drives me, because as you know, our business can be so insane. But really, it's that experience that I believe makes everything so real for me. And it's so important that whatever, I tell everybody, today I was on a story this morning, I don't know if you watched it, but it was about, the 30-hour famine, which was trying to raise money for, people dying of hunger because there's no food in a lot of parts of the world. Well, I think that all of us, in every capacity, we had students out there who were telling me that they raised $1,000 by just sending out letters to, their neighbors and friends. So each and every one of us in this room can make a difference for so many different things. In this case, the causes, the developmentally delayed, these people in wheelchairs, mentally they're fine, but, you need access in so many regards. And so what happened in Katrina, as a news person, I did notice that we did put a lot of emphasis on a lot of things, but nobody really ever mentioned the disabled. Nobody really had a game plan for the disabled. And so what Consuelo Mackey is doing here, and when she approached me, there was no way I could have said no. I said, you're absolutely right. And as somebody who goes out and covers breaking news stories and knows that, we talk about everything else, but I know because I have a brother, and if I'm in those situations, I know exactly I would be concerned. There is no, place for, say him to be and his diabetes. And there's so many considerations that we just forget. And if you don't experience it, it's easy for you not to know and acknowledge, and it's completely understandable. But your support is so important, and thank you so much for that. Councilmember Zine, thank you so much. You're amazing, too, because you're fun. I saw you on a plane trip, by the way, going to Florida. And that's enough. That's enough.
Yeah,
you're right.
I hope you're
right, Councilmember Marks.
I hope you were seated in another section, but you just visited him, right?
I was with my son, I think.
I don't remember the rest of that trip, but anyway, no, I'm kidding. But I do.
My cousin, I don't know.
But I do want to also say that friends and family are everything, and you all know that because you have a wonderful group supporting you. So please, all of you who are here and have stayed all morning, Rick Quintero was here, we had to go back to work, but please stand up and put your hands up in the air because you've been wonderful. Thank you to all my family and friends who are out here. Anna, get up. I see you in the back. Barbara Romero, there we go. Come on. And they're shy. Can you believe that my friends are shy? And obviously to Fox, I want to give them, my appreciation for giving me the opportunity to do the stories that I do. It's very important. And I wanted to mention one more thing. So you might be asking, why isn't her mom here, right? Well, my mom isn't here because that's the life of having somebody disabled in your home that requires 24-hour care. And so my mom has to be with my brother, but I want to thank her very much for her support. You do. Thank you. And of course, my brother, I love him dearly. And just please, you as well, continue doing a great work. Thank you for your kind words. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. President, I just want to acknowledge Fox 11. They've taken care of so many people. You got Tony Valdez always looking for the bad guys.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got Christine Devine with the children, the foster children, Wednesday's Child, and with the disabled. Fox has always been there. They've been a real partner in the community of Los Angeles. So we want to acknowledge Fox for giving you the time and the other reporters for getting involved in this. And Consuela, I remember when I first met you, all the work that you have done, that little cubicle that you've got down there on Ventura Boulevard, and then Home Makeover, Extreme Makeover. I mean, you've been involved in so many wonderful projects. So congratulations to you all. We all got to pitch in to help. And God bless you all for being here and a good journey that you're going to have in New Orleans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zion.
Let's move on back to pictures.
Colleagues, we will take up item 29 first while we still have 12 members on the ordinance, the two commission nominees, and then we'll come back to public comment. So if we can take up item 29, and we have a public speaker in Van Nuys, Zuma Dog, if you'd like to give us your comments on item number 29.
Yes, thank you, Eric. By the way, I'll waive item number 1 today since we're running late, Eric, so you don't have to call me on number 1. Item 29, it's for, okay, sure. This is 29, you said?
Yes, 29.
All right, well, this is good. I want to support this because this is an interim regulation, imposing an interim regulation because we have some historic property, Echo Park. And what we need, sometimes the planning department has to step in to preserve the cultural integrity of the city because there's such rampant overdevelopment. And so thank you. I don't know, I'd like to thank whoever put this motion up. Please identify yourself afterwards because we need to preserve the cultural integrity and socio-economical integrity. And I'm just very concerned that the city of Los Angeles is just going to develop every square inch until there's nothing left. And then we'll say, well, we're not going to build anything else. And I'd also like to urge Bill Rosendahl and his district to put in one of these ordinances for Abbott Kinney, a true gem of the city of Los Angeles and Bill Rosenthal's district. They want to turn it into Coffee Bean and Tea Leaves and Barnes and Nobles and the Gaps and all that. That would be a real shame and a real crisis. So Bill Rosendahl, please, if you can, if Mark Antonio Grant and Linda Lux will let you, if you can please put in one of these as well so that we can restore Venice Beach and maintain its cultural integrity. And also, please approve this. Thank you. And I'm going to waive the rest of my 32 seconds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments on that, and I want to thank Mr. Reyes for working closely with our office on this ordinance for Echo Park. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved forthwith if there's no objection. Now, if we can take up the two appointments to the both Central Area Planning Commission and the South Los Angeles Area Planning Commission, items number 2 and 3, please. If we can have the commissioners come forward, thank you for your patience, and then we'll be coming to public comment after that.
Yeah, they're on the side trying to get over.
We can ask the commissioners' nominees to come forward, please. I want to thank them for putting themselves forward for service. I know Mr. Reyes, the chairman of the Planning, Land Use and Management Committee, was excused for city business, but want to give you the opportunity, if you'd like to, Mr. Wesson, recognize you first, and then I know we have other members of the Plum Committee that are here as well. Mr.
Well, I
Wesson.
want to thank you, Mr. President and members, and I'll kind of sort of try to pinch hit for Councilman Reyes. These are two individuals that definitely are deserving to be appointed, and I want to officially on television give Faith a happy belated birthday. I think a few weeks ago she was 39 and holding. We're the same we're the same age now. And, I mean, she has just a track record in the community of always being there. Her and her husband they do very substantive things, and they're big thinkers, and whenever you go to them, they come back with a solution. I think that we should unanimously appoint you, that you deserve it, and that the city will be a better place for your appointment. And Dave and his wife are very active in the district that I represent as well, on the Pico area, and he's a native of Kansas City. And privately, I will tell you my Kansas City story. I already told it to him. But anyway, he's a fine young man, very successful, an attorney, again, committed to making the community a better place. And I ask all my colleagues to please join with me. And if Council Member Reyes was here, he would urge all of you to vote aye on these appointments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. And Mr. White and Ms. Mitchell, if you'd like to say a few things to the council, your interest in serving on the commission, we'd be happy to hear that at this point. Ladies first.
Well, as I told the Plum Committee,
I see him.
My personal and professional life have been totally dedicated to public service, and I see this as a further opportunity to serve not only the community in which I reside, but certainly the greater city of Los Angeles as a member of the Area Planning Commission for the South Los Angeles. And I welcome the opportunity to service the community and the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman, and my apologies because 2 days ago I lost my voice, so it's just now coming back. But I'm extremely excited about this opportunity for the reasons just stated. The opportunity to serve my own community and the larger city of Los Angeles in a time when we are really revitalizing the city and our community and trying to figure out ways in which development can build a more vibrant city. It's a wonderful time, and I'm very excited about it and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting yourselves forward for this unpaid service, and I know a lot of your time will be spent in our neighborhoods and in our communities, so we appreciate your nomination. So with that, let's make it official, and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioners. Thank you. That's good. Now go to public comment. Our first speaker is, appreciate everybody's patience on Friday for those presentations with members of the public as well. Don Garza is our first speaker. Welcome, Mr. Garza.
Hey! Well, it's a good day today. I was excited this morning, but this thing took forever. All morning we had to go through the football players and all these other people, and finally we got to the good stuff with that lady from the TV station. But Jan is still here. My blood sugar is down, so it's tough. I was excited. I'm a little upset, and I'm also excited because this city council has kept their word. I remember when you guys, a lot of you, some of you weren't here back when we thought there was a war coming, and it happened. But you bifurcated a vote, and you promised that you were going to take care of those of us in Central City, Skid Row. I woke up the other day depressed, wanting to jump off bridges. That's not true, but Anyway, with dramatics. But this woman over here, Miss Jan Perry, that one right there, Jan Perry, I want you to hear that word and that name. It's a beautiful word. Una palabra tan maravillosa. Jan Perry. We have 4 automated public toilets in Central City East because of this woman right here and this city council. How many people are not going to get sick because they can sit on a toilet that sanitizes itself? How many people are not going to use toilets for places of prostitution and to smoke crack because of this woman right here? Let me tell you something about this woman. This woman has a lot of whatevers. She's got what it takes, man.
Courage.
We love this woman in Central City East. And we love you, Mr. Eric Garcetti. And we love you, Ms. Janice Hahn. And we love the people that were here that promised and kept their word. This is exciting times. Exciting times.
Thank
you,
very much.
Jan. We love you. I love you. The people love you.
Thank you, Mr.
And we're
Garza.
not going to quit loving you.
Our next speaker is out in the valley, Sharon Brewer, and then we'll hear from Miriam Fogler. Ms. Brewer.
Hi, Sharon Brewer, CD6 Lake Balboa Issues. April 1st, Persian New Year event, Entire Basin, year number 4. Timeline, January 8th, requested outdoor events calendar from Recreation and Parks. February 14th, 5 weeks later, received calendar showing Persian New Year event, April 1st. February 20th, requested copy of signed permit for this event from Recreation and Parks, was told it wasn't ready yet, hoping to have first draft ready sometime in 2 weeks, but it depends on what other city departments needs from this group. February 23rd, email person handling permits received back will be out of office Friday, February 23rd until February 27th. CD6 and Recreation and Parks. Keeping major events a secret from the public and neighborhood councils is not acceptable. Departments are supposed to work with neighborhood councils. This event for the past 3 years has not been advertised in English, only Farsi. How can the public know about an event if it is planned behind closed doors and not advertised in English? My thinking is good events for the public, highly advertised in English. Bad events kept secret from public, not advertised in English. Wildlife issues. Thursday, February 22nd. Yesterday I was at Lake Balboa and rescued 2 birds. First bird, American coot, fishing line around both legs. Second bird, canvasback duck with hurt right wing. I managed to net this bird by the lifeguard hut with the help of 2 people. I was told by a female lifeguard that on Wednesday, February 21st, they chased this hurt duck with their gas-powered boat trying to catch it. I took both birds to the California Wildlife Center in Malibu, was told that the canvasback duck probably has a broken wing and might be put down. My question is, did the lifeguards chasing this hurt bird make its injury worse to where now the bird has to be put down? And had I been at the lake instead of in front of City Council public comment being ignored, would the outcome for the canvasback duck been more positive? Lifeguards are not trained to handle rescuing wildlife at Lake Balboa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer, and can sure
Hey,
you
Mr.
listen to
President?
tonight. Yes,
Can I just make a quick
Mr. Wesson, of course. Yeah.
announcement? We're come here so people can see you. We're joined today by the daughter of a good friend of mine, Ken Cross. Her name is Blair Cross from North Carolina. She's a state swimming champion. She was brought here today by your former colleague and my former boss, Councilman Nate Holden, who is now sidelining as a photographer. She won the state swim championship in the 100 butterfly and the 50-meter freestyle, and she will be attending University of Maryland this fall on a swimming scholarship. Let's give her a round of applause.
Cool. Thank you very much. Miriam Fogler is our next speaker out in the valley, and then Bruce Darien will be after that.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm here because I'm having a lot of problems getting into City Hall here in Van Nuys. The lift doesn't work. I have to climb the steps. There's no ramp for the wheelchairs. And the front door is so heavy to open for everybody. This is ridiculous. We've got passed bonds to fix these city halls, and you're not bringing them up to date. How can you even take care of that and pass a Grandview project? I oppose that unequivocally, especially all the density you're going to be building in this city. You're going to make it like a New York. And what are you going to do about the infrastructure? We have 100-year-old sewers. We have 100-year-old lines. We're just not equipped to handle this density. And number 2, you're taking all that money from these developers to be reelected. Campaign funds from the developers must stop in this city, period. Because that's the only way we're going to have fair elections. We must stop the developers. The CRA needs to be disbanded, and we need to take back our Plum Committee and take control of the city. And people need to be involved down here to stop the developers taking over our city. We need to stop these billionaires coming here and getting rid of folks and bring in billionaires to make the property so expensive, like New York, that any person on the street now can't even buy a place. This is ridiculous. 20% of the people can only buy a place. And you're just destroying the civil service. That's what you want to do, so that you can contract out and make it private. I know that you're doing that. a city truck being charged $5 to park by 3 guys who went to a class for voting, a voting poll service. Can you imagine that? A city truck, people? Isn't that something? Your developers getting away with everything in this city, and you're just lambasting in the sand and enjoying the sun. And I can see that in Gil Garcetti. I see that you guys sitting on the whole city council. I know what this is going on.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Bruce Darien.
Good afternoon, City Council. It's a great day here in Los Angeles, signing on with Armenia as a sister city. As an American Armenian, I'd also like to say that I'll start my campaign for running for mayor of 2009. Growing up as a child in Van Nuys, born in Van Nuys, grown up in Van Nuys, attended schools in the Valley, Panorama City, Ranchito Elementary, Madison Junior High School, Grant High School, and then graduating from Taft High School. I've lived in this valley my entire life and feel that I can make a change here in Los Angeles by being mayor of this city. As a grandson of immigrants from Armenia who escaped the genocide, whose parents were killed, brothers and sisters, I can tell you firsthand that I spoke with my grandparents who saw firsthand the atrocities that happened in Armenia. I will do everything that I can to help the Armenian community here in Los Angeles if I'm elected mayor, as well as all of the issues that are important to all people in Los Angeles. To start it off, I'd like to say that I feel that the bond money that's been earmarked for the cleaning up the ocean should be going to children who want to sweep the streets and clean up the gutters and curbs. I'm a member of the Adopt a Highway program of 11 years in Malibu. I cleaned Pacific Coast Highway at Paradise Cove, and I know that it can be done. We need to put the children to work, pay them a fair wage, and see these kids working. Thank you, and I look forward to discussing this more. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is here in chambers, Sylvia Lynn Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Cassetti. My name is Ms. Hawkins. As a sanctified and active gay woman, leader of Los Angeles, me and my wife, Leslie Snipe, would like to speak out against any research and development of micro biceps to be used for HIV and AIDS medication. No on any new condoms, wet or dry. It is only poison mist around the condom. This mist is used on males and females to keep them in constant memory of their ex-lover, husband, or wife. Again, this will keep them in adultery. It is called mist. This is also causing them to return to their ex-mates, to live in a miserable lifestyle of unfaithfulness. It is to cause them not to be a faithful couple. Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins, for your comments from Wednesday's microbicide discussion on AIDS. We have Mr. Zuma Dog now going on in the San Fernando Valley, and we'll come back to chambers. Dr. Daniel Wiseman and Candido Maris will follow. Mr. Dog.
Oh, it's Candy and Dr. Wiseman there. What's up, y'all? I just did a TV show with Dr. Daniel Wiseman on Neighborhood Council with the Review Committee. It was very good. And first of all, LA Weekly, Zuma Dog's article, you can go online, laweekly.com. It's about the Southern California Association of Governments, and we discuss density. And Zuma Dog, thank you, Bill O'Reilly. I was on Bill O'Reilly shows twice this week. Once on Monday talking about Prop 215 medical marijuana dispensaries. And I like to say that GanjaGrocer.com, the website I've been talking about, Prop 215, is now in Rolling Stone magazine. Rolling Stone saw Zuma Dog talking about Ganja Grocer Prop 215. Now read in Rolling Stone, the California Weed Rush, mentoring GanjaGrocer.com. Yeah. And I'd also like to say, now, time to talk about education. Mayoral takeover must be stopped. Here are the candidates to vote for your starting LAUSD board election candidates. District 1, Lamont. You just saw Marguerite Lamont there with Herb Wesson. Yeah, Zuma Dog and Herb Wesson can agree. Vote for Marguerite Lamont in District 1. District 3, John Lauritsen, an experienced educator who needs to maintain the stability of the schools while Admiral Brewer is allowed to start his own transformation. This is no time for mayoral shady takeover at the hands of Eli Broad for construction money. District 3, vote for John Lauritsen.
Sir, you're able to use your public comment to speak on political things, though we're not
Please hold my
as city
time.
employees. But for school board ones, we're not able to do that because it's outside of our jurisdiction. So if you could
Endorsements.
please...
Wendy Gruhl makes endorsements. City council members make endorsements, so I urge city council to please make these endorsements. I saw Wendy Gruhl in campaign. She, of course, endorsed the wrong side. But anyway, Kaiser in District 5, do not be fooled by the flood of your...
Excuse me, the speaker is talking about something outside the jurisdiction of the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Daniel Wiseman. Okay. Candido Maras.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. The greatest president to ever serve this country, Abraham Lincoln, was once referred to as the most unqualified individual to ever seek the office of the presidency. So I want to thank the LA Times when in their time endorsements, they referred to some of us as unqualified. Now, I'm not saying I'm an Abraham Lincoln, but if they would have done their homework and they would have seen what some of us have done for sometimes up to 30 years, I think they might have changed their mind on that. The other thing that I would hope that the LA Times would do, and I read the LA Times all the time, is that when it gave credit for the improvements that have taken place on Van Nuys Boulevard and Sepulveda Boulevard, had they walked the boulevard and seen on Saturdays who was cleaning up the boulevard and who was doing the cleanups on Sepulveda Boulevard, they would have seen a different and done different endorsements. So I would also ask them to walk the boulevard and talk to the business owners. One of the things that we're planning to do is start what is called the Van Nuys Neighborhood Business Association, working with the businesses and the owners, property owners in the area to revitalize and rebuild Van Nuys Boulevard. Thank you, Mr. President, council members.
Thank you very much. That closes our public comment. If we can return to the agenda. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 1 was called special for a card from the public, but that was withdrawn.
That was waived. I will move make the motion for the public necessity on that one, and Mr. Lebons or Ms. Hahn will second. Go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 9 was called special for a card from the public, and there was an amending motion that has been circulated.
Okay. Mr. Parks, we have the motion has been circulated. Do you want to take public comment first? We have
Yes, we had public comment, then we'd like to ask the staff from planning
we have
to come up.
two cards.
And our city CLA.
Ms. Hawkins and then Mr. Dog. Ms. Hawkins, if you'd like to come forward on item number 9.
Are you asking me to give my comments now?
Yes, on item number 9, please.
Okay, thank you very much, President-elect. Again, my name is Ms. Hawkins. As we begin on item number 9, we must not agree, again, with Senate Bill 12, with any second appeal after the first appeal decision has been made. Whether it's with housing, any first appeal must stand. No more time should be granted to any person if the case has been lost. All public people must know that any petition that is passed out for you to sign does not mean that your signature is above any judge, or if judges allow it to be. They are not above any federal judge decision in any case, whether it's the same case or not. There is judges that make decisions. There is another judge higher than the judge, which is a federal judge, that can override a decision. Petitions, which is public people signing, is not above judges. Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Mr. Dog is next speaker on item 9.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to say my qualifications on this is Zuma Dog. I just wrote an extensive article in LA Weekly on SCAG. this exact topic, Southern California Associations of Governments, and something that was discussed is SCAG does help divide up, they divvy up the pot of where the proposed regional housing monies go, and this is saying that I believe that City Council was upset with the way SCAG had it appropriated, and it probably was, LA probably wasn't getting their fair share of the dollars, because right now what's important is giving monies to the outlying regions, the inland empires, the orange counties, all the way out. That's where the real housing is being developed, where we need housing because more people are going out there because the high cost of housing here is pushing everybody out further to the suburbs. And so the City Council is saying right here, SCAG shall distribute adjustments proportionally to all local jurisdictions. I'd like to know, is proportionate based on what? I hope we're not just we need a little bit of electoral type of disbursement here because anyway, I'd like to say regarding this projected regional housing needs that we need to get as much money as possible, but no more high density. I'm saying this money that you want to get cannot be used for high density projects any longer. Please make sure that this goes for the infrastructures, for the schools, for the streets, for the roads. I'm all right for the roads. And Miriam, by the way, reminded me also with this over high density building, the sewage cannot accommodate any longer, and also the trash. So please, when you get this money that you're fighting for SCAG, for the regional housing dollars, that we probably need to have it more go. I probably agree with SCAG that it needs to go out disproportionately to the more outlying regions because they're the ones getting burdened by everybody being pushed out of the city because of the high taxes and the high cost of housing and the high traffic problems. So, yeah. Read my article on SCAG for more, y'all, because it's a complex topic. LAweekly.com.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dog. That closes our public comment on that. If we can return, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just ask if we can walk through this RENA process to give us an understanding of what it means. And we've had a little confusion in the sense that we had a position that came out of committee, and now we're altering it. But, colleagues, I'd just like you to kind of listen to this because this is a very important issue that comes out of SCAG that can impose some rules on the city dealing with a housing allocation and what it might mean to us in the short and long term. So, Jane, could you start off with that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Jane Blumenfeld from the Planning Department. What this is about is the state's need for housing through the whole state of California. Through SCAG, the burden of providing this housing is allocated in cities and counties through the whole state. And the process, there's a long process that involves modeling and involves combining our transportation dollars, and if we're in cities that are getting a lot of transportation dollars, we're expected to also provide the housing to support that infrastructure investment. And LA is a city that gets a lot of transportation dollars through the state. So in line with that, the state and SCAG allocate housing that we in the city need to provide to justify those transportation dollars, essentially. And we have been allocated a number of housing units that we need to provide between now and 2014, and that number is a little under 113,000 units, which is a very large number. And if you divide that through by the 9 years, it's more than we've produced in any single year. So the point of this all is that that's our allocation. This process we're talking about now is one that basically protects that number so it isn't larger because of the different trading of numbers from all the small cities around us. But when we have our 113,000 number, which will happen in around 3 weeks from now, as a final number, we then, over the next 9 years, collectively, the Planning Department, the Housing Department, you council members, we need to produce those housing units with all of the general plans, the implementation policies, zoning, and that's something like 13,000 units a year. So that's what we'll all be working on and coming back to you with ways to produce all of that housing.
Jane, could you go back? What was our number on the, RENA 1?
Yeah, the last
housing element cycle. So this is supposed to be done every 5 years, but because of various funding problems at the state, it has gotten stretched out. So our last RHNA housing number for a 7.5-year period, I think it was 60,000 units. And this is 113,000 for a 1 year longer period, essentially.
Okay. So basically, it's almost double for one more year.
It's almost
period.
double, and also we're still calculating our 60,000, and if we came close, but we didn't produce the 60,000 in that period of time.
Okay. Also, could you explain to the council the issue when you say units, that it's capacity for those units as opposed to that they're counting each unit as being built?
Right. What the state is concerned about in SCAG and this number is that cities have the capacity in their plans, in their general plans, to produce the housing. Since as a city we don't go actually and build housing other than the housing authority itself. We don't build the housing. What we're expected to do is provide the programs, the zoning, and all the tools so that the private sector, and to the small extent the public sector does it, that we actually can produce those units.
Okay. And then explain the RHNA process, and then the legislation came in for Senate Bill, 12?
Right.
And then we came up with a conclusion of where we're going to do or support it with amendments, and now we're saying we should support it without amendments.
SCAG has sponsored legislation, which is SB 12, to try to make the process of allocating these numbers to all the several hundred cities and counties through California into a more manageable process, because what has happened in our region here in the past is that every city argues about their number and tries and appeals it, and there are multiple levels of appeals, and in the end some cities get more and some cities get less, and it wasn't a very good process, and it wasn't always a fair process. So this legislation limited the appeals to one, and would have required that where SCAG granted appeals to cities, all the leftover units that they reduced the other cities by would be proportionally spread out among the other cities. And because we're such a big city, we would have taken proportionally the largest share of all the units that they relinquished from the other cities on the appeal process. So at first we thought, and the reason for the original motion was that at first we thought the one appeal would be detrimental to the city. When other cities were granted appeals, we would not be able to defend ourselves from increasing the number from 113,000 to something even higher. But in further discussions with SCAG, we determined that there's a process for a delegation agreement, and there's somebody here from SCAG who could speak to this also, but we're going to enter into a delegation agreement where we essentially freeze our number so that our housing allocation number cannot get bigger no matter what happens with all the appeals from the other cities in our Southern California region. So it's going to protect us to the greatest extent possible, and even recognizing that it's still a big commitment to create this amount of housing in our city.
And then explain to us what we have to do to create the environment to have a delegation agreement.
We, under the law with the delegation agreement, we are going to work with the city of San Fernando. We can work with any other city, so it's 2 cities or more become a subregion for this purpose, and we sign a delegation agreement with SCAG so that we are essentially our own subregion, and we have our own number with the city of San Fernando, which is, we've been speaking to them, and that as soon as their council formally addresses it, that will be a good workable partnership for us. They have their allocation number is 200 units, and they don't want to appeal it. They're fine with their number. So for us together, that will be a workable partnership. We just have to deal with the agreement and sending that back to SCAG.
And as you mentioned yesterday, in dealing with our current situation, we'll resolve most of our planning concerns when we update our community plans.
Right. An essential part of all this will be in the updating of our general plan, all of our community plans, and we're currently in the process of doing 8 of them right now. We'll be looking at the densities, the zoning, implementation tools so that we can assure that these housing units are going in appropriate places at appropriate levels of density, that they're linked to transit to the greatest extent possible, and that we meet these this 113,000 number.
Okay. Colleagues, the reason that we're going through this step by step is that for 2 things. One, in evaluating this whole process, we have to realize that SCAG represents, 4 counties?
6 counties.
6 counties. And that in those 6 counties, there's a lot of small cities and unincorporated areas. And the key issue for us is that as plans and legislation go forward, if we don't take an active role in SCAG to have our voices heard, we can often get legislation that creates a dilemma for us down the road. Currently, we have 15 votes on the Regional SCAG Planning Council. Currently, we only use 3 of those votes. Dennis Zine's there regularly, Greg Smith's there regularly, I'm there regularly. But we have to realize if we don't, as all of us are members of SCAG automatically by our election, if we do not take that opportunity, there'll be this issue and many others where decisions will be made by much smaller cities in their favor that may come out in opposition to the City of LA. So I wanted to bring this up because had we not been a part of SCAG, this would have gone completely probably under the radar. It's what came out of SCAG that prompted planning to get involved, prompted discussions, prompted people to get our message across and really get a much clearer understanding of this legislation, that it was favorable to us, as opposed to our first thought was that we wanted more appeals. What we found out, if we came up with an agreement, we could nail down and solidify the numbers, and that we would not be imposed on because of another city that had a couple of hundred units and didn't think that they should have them. They would have to spread them around, and larger areas like Los Angeles would get what was viewed as a proportion of what they didn't want. Here we have a process to where we're holding our numbers, and it's going to be tough to fill the numbers. And the thing I didn't understand until yesterday is that it's capacity to build as opposed to at a later date going out and counting each one of these units. But the zoning and other kinds of issues of community plan are going to have to be updated to show how we can absorb that capacity. At the end of those 6 years,
8 years, 8 and a half.
Into these 8 years, we'll go back and determine did we come close to that agreement, which at the end of that 8-year period, the likelihood is we'll have another set of numbers.
Right.
And so we could either keep falling farther and farther behind, or we can find a way to address this. So I wanted to bring this up for a couple of reasons. That, number one, I think the planning and CLA putting their heads together came up with a much better process by looking at the delegation agreement, but to encourage each and every one of us, if possible, to donate a half a day once a month to be a part of SCAG and to vote, because to leave 12 votes on the table each month on very important issues is not in the interest of the City of LA. And so I just encourage everyone to see that, and it is not exciting stuff sometimes, to sit through those meetings, and sometimes you wonder why you're there, except there are important issues that come up that we must take a position on, because they are making decisions for the 6 counties, and if we're not present, people will make them in their own interest.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that reminder about everybody's SCAG's membership on this council and their involvement. Is a point well taken. Mr. Zine is our next speaker. Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. LaBonge.
Hey, Mr. Parks is absolutely correct. I was at the last SCAG meeting, and this issue was discussed. Imperial County, they get a lot of land, available land. They don't want to build. And you mentioned transportation dollars. Well, we're trying to fight for transportation dollars that were promised that have been diverted. So when there's a diversion of the dollars, there's no compensation in the plan for the 113,000 units. That's one of the problems, because we keep being promised in this bond measure that the mayor and my colleagues are fighting for, to say we need to do the 405, and the state decided we're not going to do the 405. yet that would be part of the transportation dollars that we continually see diverted to some other area or some other purpose. The other issue, 113,000 units, I don't know how you put more units in a city where we're already under policed. They don't consider that. They don't consider the fire service. They don't consider the sewer. They don't consider the trash. We've got all these mandates that we have to follow. How much trash we can put in, the mandates on that. We are already in desperate crisis, yet somehow 113,000 additional units, which means residential, which means more than one person in that particular structure. So what about the other part of the equation? If you're talking about putting a structure, Imperial County, they got a lot of land, they don't want to build. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't want to do it. We can't use Melrose here for the infrastructure. So how do we balance this other than saying, you got to build these units and don't worry about the police, don't worry about the fire, don't worry about sanitation, don't worry about anything else, because it's a disconnect when we're talking about just providing the residential without the other components. And in the schools, what about that aspect? It doesn't seem to be connected. It seems to be a major disconnect, and this was a long debate at the last SCAG meeting, and there was a very controversial issue regarding the areas where they have available space, and those counties are saying, we don't want any more housing, and they want to fight to say, we're maxed out, and they got plenty of space. We don't have the space, yet where we put 113,000 additional units, stack them on top of each other is all we're talking about, because we don't have any more open space. So can you respond to that?
Yeah. Well, you're right. We do have, in the general plan, just to sort of go up a level here, the general plan, the purpose of the general plan is to actually do what you're addressing, balance all of those services and needs and the infrastructure so that the units we have, which, by the way, our general plan does have the capacity for this number.
It
does.
We don't have enough police now. How do we add 113,000 units when we don't have enough police?
We have to deal with police, water, fire, libraries, all of those things. And the purpose of doing a general plan is to figure out how to balance it as best as possible, how to have implementation strategies and programs to accommodate the people. It's not that we have a choice. The people are really around 80% a result of births over death, people that are here. It's not people coming in. So the people are here, and there are going to be more of them. So the question is, how do we best balance everything so that we can accommodate the population to the greatest extent possible? It's not a choice to deal with this population. The only question for us is how to best balance it, how to accommodate it.
The problem is it's not balanced now. So if it's not balanced with the population that we have, and if you read this morning's paper, you'll see how all these officers are retiring from the police department. We're already understaffed. And I'm just taking that aspect of it. But the sanitation, where we have these mandates, how much trash we can put in the landfill, those other components don't seem to be connected to it.
Well, I think they're connected. Can we do a better job? And police is a particularly difficult one. But many of the other services, we had a library bond that had 30, I think, libraries in the last bond cycle. Our water, we work closely with the DWP to make sure we have water, adequate water supply. Same thing with the sewage and all of the other, and parks are difficult. But this is what we have to do in the general plan.
So what do we do? Excuse me, I don't want to cut you off, but I know we want to get done today. What do we do about the transportation dollars that were promised that get diverted? What about that? When we're promised, because you mentioned transportation,
right.
We're way behind in transportation dollars for infrastructure.
We're way behind, but to the extent that we've had the most transportation dollars and the biggest investment in the whole region is part of the reason for us having a higher number than places that you mentioned in more outlying areas. In other words, one of the things that have happened with SCAG and others is that we fought to get transportation dollars by telling them how much transportation need we've had, and we've gotten transportation dollars. Is it enough? Of course not, but we've gotten transportation dollars, and because we get transportation dollars more than everywhere else, that's part of the reason for having a high number. If we didn't get the transportation dollars, the numbers would be dissipated over more of the cities and counties. So the linking it is the reason for the higher number, actually.
Okay, I sit on SCAG along with Councilmember Parks and Smith, and I know this issue, the small cities are saying no, the counties are saying no. And if we're going to take all of the new population without the corresponding infrastructure, then our constituents are going to be more frustrated than they are now. I know I come from the San Fernando Valley where transportation's a gridlock. And this morning the 405 was blocked because of a crash. The 405 was absolutely stopped for a number of hours. I think they opened up at 7:30 this morning. That's when there's an incident. When there's no incident, it's still a mess. So we talk about an infrastructure that's already collapsed with our current population, and we're talking about adding additional units throughout the city of Los Angeles where we don't have an infrastructure. And I think it's a lot of hocus pocus, to be honest with you, because they promise money and it gets diverted. They promise this and it gets diverted. And meanwhile, the constituents say, when is the end going to happen? Imperial County is saying, we've had it, we're not going to build. So I don't know what we can say in the city of Los Angeles. You say we've got transportation dollars. I don't see any improvement in transportation coming from the region that I travel, meaning the 101, the 405. I see it as congested 7 days a week. So if we don't have a balance on it, and maybe on paper it's a balance, but in reality it's not a balance. And I just want to end by saying, if you ever go to the SCAG meetings and this issue comes up, it becomes very heated for the small cities that are saying, those counties, the eastern counties, which have the land mass, they're saying, no, we're not going to take any more.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker, and then Mr. LaBonge.
I'd like to learn a little bit here. Explain to me, I'm a simple guy on this, SCAG's role with us. And has Mark Pisano been in front of us? Do we know anything more? Explain to me how we react to this group.
Let's see.
The Southern California Association of Governments is a council of governments encompassing 6 counties and all of the cities therein. So each of the counties and each of the cities has a vote in SCAG. SCAG's main role is to plan out transportation numbers and housing numbers, and that's it.
Transportation numbers and housing numbers.
Yes, it's a planning function. They're not the ones who are building it, that's MTA, or it's not the one that is building housing. Those are other agencies within either the state of California itself or within the various cities and, of course, the county governments.
So when they create those numbers, is that how the federal government decides what to fund us with?
It's a foundation for it.
It's part of it.
Yes.
Do you want to address some of this?
Yes, my name is Joanne Africa. I'm with the legal department with SCAG. And just to define sort of the relationship between SCAG and the City of LA, under the bylaws, you are all of the members of the City Council are regional council members of the City of LA, of SCAG. SCAG is what's called a metropolitan planning organization under federal law. Under that federal law, we're required to do regional transportation planning. For purposes of housing, under state law, we're required to do regional housing planning. The state gives us a regional housing need numbers, and then we divvy up that regional numbers and divvy up to all of the jurisdiction that SCAG represents.
How does that work in the real world? I mean, we have gridlock in Southern California. It's a disaster. Our housing is completely mismatched and it makes no sense. So what have these studies accomplished?
Well, in determining that regional number, we did a forecast. It's basically showing the growth within the region, and that's how we give that number to the state. The state then verifies it with their data, and then we then get the number from the state. So they're very aware. The state law again the state law of RANA, the regional housing, is under the planning law. And so it's not that required, or any of the jurisdictions are required to build these number of units, is to plan for these units because of the number of the increase in population that's coming to the state and to the region.
So why doesn't our Gail Goldberg have that responsibility who reports to us? Why do we give it to somebody else?
Well, it's not that we give it. This is federal and state law, so it sort of comes down from a more regional level to a city level. And we work with them, with SCAG, on a daily basis all through the years to reach these numbers, and we deal with modeling and predicting. And I think in the real world, to sort of get to your question, is in the real world, at a regional level, a 6-county level, they're looking at, how can the region function? It's crowded here, it's crowded in the 6-county region as well, and every city and county believes their region is, beyond congested. So at a regional planning level, they're trying to rationalize the whole bigger system with things like Metrolink, aviation, the airports, all of these big goods movement, and as well as car issues. And essentially their strategy for doing this is what they call the 2% strategy, which you probably have heard about. But what that is in a nutshell, sort of in the big region, if 2% of the area is increased in population, that the population could be accommodated. So it's sort of a way of rationalizing the growth, the inevitable growth that happens from us having children in this area, as well as the amount of immigration, and how to best rationalize it. Not perfect, so there's no congestion, but how to deal with it in a big regional level, and that's their function. And then us as a city try to implement that in some rational way as well. And our strategy is laid out in our general plan, and we're comfortable with it. We can, I mean, is it perfect? Is it free flowing? Of course it's not. But our general approach to all this is to move the population as much as possible to around our rail stations and our good rapid bus, those kinds of things. But we have 60 rail stations now in the city of LA, counting the Expo ones that are going to be built. And to the extent a lot of population can be facilitated there, that's a way to help. And then there's other strategies, but all of it is transit linked so that we can deal with this in a way that is somewhat functional.
Will this help us get more federal monies? You know, we don't get enough from the federal government. Will this be part of the effort to bring back more monies?
Yes, and part of the reason, you know, we do this at all is that lots of times there's legislation that ties dollars to the city performing on these things. And I don't have the numbers with me here, but last year and I think the year before there was a program that we got over $1 million each year because we produced these housing units, and they counted bedrooms, I believe, how many units and bedrooms we added in pursuit of this allocation number. And because we do it, and because we have an adopted housing element that is approved by the state, we got over $1 million last year, and I think over $1 million the year before. So these are real things, and you never know in the legislature when another bill is going to be tied to this housing element, which is another reason we do it.
So how do we deal with the housing element itself? For instance,
we're right now we're writing the new housing element, which has to show how we're going to have all these produce all these housing units, and it'll be before you at some point. It's due in the state June 2008. So we're in the process.
So will the
of
housing units be tied to the transportation infrastructure,
definitely.
so that finally the right hand, left hand works together?
Yes, that's the goal.
That's the goal. Explain Lowenthal. What is he trying to do here? What is this particular?
Well, the bill started out basically to kind of streamline the process and also to allow for the cities to get their housing element finished in time and submitted by the June 30th, 2008 deadline, which is a statutory deadline. So under the state law, it says that regional planning organizations, as SCAG, have to give each of the cities 1 year to do it. So the SB 12 basically gives us a deadline to finish our final RENA by June 30th of this year, so that all of the jurisdictions can have a full year. And also, as it was mentioned earlier, it allows for only one appeal so that we can get the process completed. I just wanted to add also about tying the transportation and the housing. Part of the SB 12 also allows for an integrated growth forecast, integrating both transportation and housing, and that's where you get that linkage, so it makes more sense. And so that's part of SB 12 too. Currently under the law, it doesn't allow for that, so that's what we were trying to accomplish here. So we've been working with the planning department. Earlier, before the draft plan was issued by the Regional Council of SCAG, we held workshops with all of the subregions. The City of LA is one of the subregions. We held workshops to get real input regarding these factors, these planning factors, so we can get a little bit more information as to what is an appropriate number. If you think 113 units was a number, I think the initial number for the City of LA was actually higher, and the actual draft plan lowered that number based upon the input that was submitted by the City of LA regarding the forecast.
Yeah. See, I'm just so curious because I'm the 11th district. We're in total gridlock, you know. It's north-south gridlock, South Bay trying to get to Santa Monica and go to work in the morning, and then everybody on the east side coming in to work. So we're totally gridlocked most of the day. It's a complete disaster, and we don't know how to get out of it. We're trying to figure out how to get out of it. So we need the integration of transportation and housing. You can't build any more housing unless we have the transportation infrastructure in place. Are they coordinating these efforts?
And the next step after the RONA that SCAG will be undertaking is the Regional Transportation Plan, which is due to the federal government by the beginning of 2008. So I do encourage all of the City of LA council members to participate in SCAG's discussion regarding this RTP, because that will be in the next plan after the house. And again, the effort was to link these two planning components so that we have one forecast and that it makes sense for all of the various regional planning efforts that SCAG does.
I think it's very important that that happens because right now there's a total disconnect. There's more studies and reports and SCAG sitting in the library form with dust on it than the reality of the marketplace. We have to find a way to integrate it so that the action-oriented pieces aren't just collecting dust. I mean, that's where my problem is right now. And I can't go to 18 million meetings. I can only do so much. So there has to be a way in which SCAG becomes an arm of electeds, not its own engine running down the street, and we try to catch up and interact with it. That's why it's a disconnect that's been going on for years. And I appeal to SCAG to look at the city of Los Angeles and other cities from a perspective that we're the leaders elected by the people, and that it all must be integrated so that we don't have great reports that tell us what we need to do and we have a reality that never goes there. That's my big concern. Thank you so much for educating me. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think a lot of these are real important, what Mr. Parks said, Mr. Zion said. Yeah, people in Imperial don't want anything. I mean, God bless the people in Imperial, but they give us some things because some food is grown in Imperial County. I mean, there's all this balance. But if you go anywhere in the state, there's a caution to not Los Angelize the area. I think we need a reawakening of how we deal with SCAG and how SCAG is deal with us. And I would like to ask, is an honor, what do you call it, a friendly motion, because you want this to go forward, that we ask that the CLA, along with the planning department and all other entities necessary, coordinate a regional Congress of elected officials at SCAG whether it's in Pasadena or in Los Angeles or in Long Beach, but somewhere to do this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are not grasping what a lot of citizens feel out there, that they feel they're being overwhelmed. And all of a sudden, state law says you got to do this. You got to build 8 additional units on Rowena Avenue that is a narrow substandard street because state law allows it. We have a housing crisis. And that overwhelms people. How much do the neighborhood councils know about SCAG? Does anyone know? Okay, I got a friendly amendment for a Congress and ask that the CLA develop a Congress. Anybody want to second that? Okay. Okay, so there's a second to that. Do we got that, Mr. Clerk? That we organize something regionally and we bring together everybody. Okay? And number 2, the point on the issue here of how we deal with this. What do our neighborhood councils know about SCAG? Does anybody have an idea? I want to make sure that the Department of Neighborhood Councils has a relationship with the Planning Department and SCAG of what it is. Because what people in earnest work and they find out on their local community plans that this is what is allowed. But then all of a sudden the state law says you got to do this. And it very much disappoints people because they feel they're being overwhelmed with the building that is proposed or is going on. So those are 2 friendly amendments. Do we have a second?
No second needed if it's accepted by everybody. So
it's accepted both. Thank you for
friendly
being such good friends.
I just wanted, it was very interesting while you were talking about neighborhood councils. I was just reading communication from the Wilmington Neighborhood Council while you were speaking. And they said the Wilmington Neighborhood Council supports a light rail system between LA and the harbor area and sent a request to SCAG to bring the system to the harbor area as part of the draft regional transportation. So the Wilmington Neighborhood Council not only knows about SCAG, but is communicating with SCAG and sends them information. So the question is whether or not SCAG responds to neighborhood councils or considers them.
Well, that's a question.
That's
And there's a representative of
a
SCAG.
viable entity in the city to communicate with. But I also got to note that SCAG will be at the Congress of Neighborhoods on, when is that? April 21st, so that's good.
What's April 21st? In the harbor?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
No, the Congress of Neighborhoods.
All right. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That passes as amended. Thank you. We've had a request, colleagues take 25 next, out of order. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll go to item number 25 and recognize Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. First, I need to ask a question to the city attorney about clarification on the reward motion. Is this one reward, or is it a reward pertaining to each of the individual people we're identifying?
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Pursuant to Admin Code 19.123, there's a maximum per reward offer, maximum dollar amount per reward offer, so this should be characterized as multiple reward offers within the same motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Council members, basically what we have here is a motion that we are asking that the top 10 most wanted gang members in the city of Los Angeles be identified, and we're asking for the assistance of the public. And if the public assists, they could get a reward of up to $50,000. These are individuals where cases have already been made. The problem is we can't bring them to justice until we have them physically in our custody so that we can now move forward with the prosecution. And if you look at the list of activities that are going on, these are major drug activity in some cases. You have situations where there are suspects in murder cases, multiple murder cases in some cases as well, and they're very involved in the community, unfortunately, in all the wrong ways. And this is an opportunity for us to have the community assist us in identifying that these people might be anonymous in certain communities, but once we do this, they're going to know that the person that they see on television, the person that they can identify who is wanted, is actually someone who is involved in horrendous crimes, someone that we do need to take off the streets. And with the community support, we will be able to identify where they are, apprehend them, and then move them off the streets, and then put them into our prosecutorial system, where we feel very confident that we will be able to have success in keeping them off the street. So with that, I think it's important for us to understand that this is something that came about with the careful consideration of Chief Bratton and also the work of Mayor Viragosa himself and his office. And they asked me as a council member to be involved in some of those discussions, and I offered to carry this motion through the council so that we can actually offer this reward to the community for their cooperation. So with that, I'd like to say I hope I can appreciate your support on this and we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? We have one speaker card on this. This is Daniel Wiseman, I believe, from out in the San Fernando Valley. Mr. Wiseman, if you'd like to speak. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Wiseman. We'll start your clock again. We can't hear you, so hold on one moment, please.
All right.
Okay, now we can. Go ahead. We'll give you 15 extra seconds. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. First of all, it's nice to see you again. As you may recall, I was in council chambers not an hour ago. Therefore, I want to advise you and welcome you to Van Nuys next Friday when you come out here. Now, you are speaking on... I'm speaking now on behalf of Mr. Cardenas and Huizar's motion, which is very fine. Here in Van Nuys, we've had a number of incidents of gang-related activities, and they may be related to one another, but they're of major concern to us. I'd like, however, to point out something about the opportunity to speak in public. As you know, you called my name a few minutes ago, and I wasn't there. I'm here. Therefore, I want to assure every member of the council that not only do I want to complete the list of people whom I took pictures of this morning, but we'll do that here when you come out to visit us in Van Nuys next week. Public comment is a very important thing. I'm sorry to see that it was put to the end of the meeting. I'm sorry to see that you do not recognize neighborhood council people as members of the city when public comment comes up. My public comment on this issue is in support of it. Thank you for the opportunity not only to speak in that support, but also to sort of redo what I missed when I wasn't there to give the public comment earlier. We'll see you here next Friday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiseman. For a technical amendment, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. In the motion, we'd just like to acknowledge that the clarification be made, as we said verbally, but the actual verbiage will be in the third paragraph of the motion. The City Council provide and to strike out an, and instead of saying offer, it should say offers of reward. And that's the technical amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. There's no objection to that. That's accepted as a friendly amendment. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 22 is called special for cards from the public, and a substitute motion has been circulated.
Okay. Go to the cards from the public. Do you want to go to the cards first, Ms. Hahn, or do you want to go ahead and speak first?
Okay. You can have the cards first.
Okay. Mr. McQuiston? Jim McQuiston is our first speaker on item 22.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. I support the current item, but I did want to add some comment. Everyone has his own idea about what neighborhood councils are supposed to be doing. And one of the difficulties is that the charter says exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and nobody wants them to do that. So when we start specifying what they're going to get money for, this is something the city can do. And I'm glad to see that two of the council members did put this forward, because it was definitely the wrong thing to say. But on the other hand, we have to be very careful about what we give the neighborhood councils. They do spend their money very, very sparingly. We can't accuse them of being profligate. We're accusing them, if anything, of not spending enough money, which is rather strange. And for us to say what they're supposed to be spending their money on, I think is not in the spirit of neighborhood councils. But if the city wants to say, hey, I'll give you money for this program or that program, that's certainly okay.
Thank you. Zuma Dog is our next speaker on Van Nuys.
Okay, this is great. This is going to be public comment at its best. Dr. Daniel Wiseman.
And Mr. Dog, we'll give you your time back. You have 1 minute left of the 5 minutes, so I just want to let you know.
Oh, well,
okay,
hold the time, because I might want to talk on the other one.
Nope.
Oh,
okay.
Can Dr. Daniel Wiseman talk about this instead of me then, and I'll talk on the next one?
So, Mr. Dog, if you want to speak on this one, let us know what you want to do right now. You have 1 minute left. Do you want to speak on this one?
I'll talk on this one. This is about neighborhood councils, what they're trying to do with neighborhood councils, and Dr. Daniel Wiseman, the expert who has so many years of experience, can verify this. It looks like that under Lisa Sarno and these Linda Lux people, they wanted, city council gets neighborhood council gets a $50,000 spending budget, and what they want to do is impose how this money will be spent by the people in City Hall, the bureaucrats. 25% has to go to here, 25% has to go to there. Well, there's 50% out the window that has to be spent the way you want them to be spent. And so I say, if that is indeed the spirit of what this is doing, you got to say no. You got to let neighborhood councils spend the money where they want to. A lot of that money needs to be spent for outreach. We want to make sure all the money's being spent for outreach. Call 311, ask them, the council member's office, how to get involved with neighborhood council. Zuma Dog said so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dog. And you said Mr. Weissman? Okay, we don't have a card in, but Mr. Weissman, if you'd like to speak, you're next. Daniel Weissman?
But perhaps it hasn't gotten to your desk yet, sir. At any rate, this is another one of the activities that the neighborhood council have had imposed upon them by the current interim general manager and the staff have done. These are a whole series, one of a whole series of repressive actions that are aimed at controlling a group of neighborhood councils, 88 neighborhood councils, who by charter and plan are supposed to be as independent as possible. We've had enough of this general manager. She's about to be replaced. We have had enough of this kind of repressive orders coming from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. The issue doesn't face the fact that the operating costs of a neighborhood council can use up the $50,000 immediately, and then we do not have money for outreach. We do not have money for our programs. We do not have money for cleanups. If we even use the appropriate amount for our offices, for office staff, for secretarial and clerical services, for the ability to record our meetings. This kind of arbitrary and capricious control of neighborhood councils is not only outrageous, it's insulting to the intelligence of competent and capable neighborhood council people all across town. The Neighborhood Council Review Commission a few nights ago, the BONC and the ENN Committee a few nights ago, have all been addressing the fact that the neighborhood councils are competent, they are capable, and they should be recognized by you, all you city council members, and given the authority, the respect that is due of city government officers. We're volunteers, but we're elected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
we
much.
look forward to continuing this.
Appreciate it. And our next, that finishes our public comment, and Ms. Hahn is our speaker in chambers. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you have before you a substitute motion for 22, but it's just kind of cleaned up a little bit of the technical language. Colleagues, what's before us is a response to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, who, without consulting the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, without consulting neighborhood councils, without even consulting the city attorney, decided to change the funding policy which the city council put in place in 2002 in the funding plan, where we gave $50,000 to each neighborhood council to spend how they saw fit. The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, under Lisa Sarno, sent out a directive stating that the neighborhood councils had to spend 25% of their funds on outreach and 25% on neighborhood improvement projects. They've since revised it 2 times, but still has had a tremendous outcry from neighborhood councils, particularly because Dunn did this without consulting the Citizens Commission, without consulting neighborhood councils, really without talking to this body, and we're the ones that actually, under the policy, we're the ones that decided this funding plan in the first place. They kept revising the second one. They revised to try to correct the first one. Well, the second one wasn't any better, so they sent out a third one. But it just is an example of why we have to do our business. Both the City Council, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and our departments have to do their business in an open, transparent way to give the public an opportunity to comment before any significant policy change is put in place. It's so ironic to me that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, which is there to empower neighborhood councils, did the one thing that it's kind of insulting, because neighborhood councils were created so that we couldn't make decisions without them having an input, particularly into serious policy changes in the city of Los Angeles. So we think their whole order should be rescinded. We think we're going to have a new general manager pretty soon, so it doesn't really make sense to ask this current general manager to rescind this. Let's wait for a new general manager to look at this. Also, I'm asking that this motion asks the council, the 912 Commission, to take a look at whether or not we even need to set minimum standards, percentages of funding to go towards outreach or to go towards neighborhood projects or whatever. We had a joint education and neighborhood committee meeting the other night along with the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and Commissioner Middleton expressed frustration because she feels like we need to even define what outreach is before we begin mandating that neighborhood councils spend a particular percentage of their funds on outreach. What does that mean exactly? So we know the city controller has done an audit of Dunn, which is pretty pointed on a number of areas. And one of the recommendations, even from the city controller, asked Dunn to work with the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, work with neighborhood councils, work with us before they institute policy changes. So I'm just asking that we sort of, in a nice way, show our displeasure that one of our city departments has done something like this without consulting the very entities which play such a big part in that kind of policy for neighborhood councils. So I hope you'll support me on that, and let's make it clear that we want the 912 Commission to be the body right now that takes up a lot of these issues as we go forward with empowering neighborhood councils in the future of the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Our next speaker is Mr. Zine, and then Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we know why this came about, Ms. Hahn? Do we know why this particular issue came about after the neighborhood councils have been funded for the past few years? Why all of a sudden this change took place?
Well, I will say that one of the issues that we're finding that's certainly problematic for all neighborhood councils is outreach. We're finding that still we're having a difficult time really reaching all the stakeholders in a particular neighborhood. So it might have been a reaction to the fact that outreach is still a difficult burden for neighborhood councils, but there's a lot of us who feel like it's not just the neighborhood council's burden to outreach. We think the city ought to be doing a better job of notifying all residents in Los Angeles that neighborhood councils exist, that they're in their neighborhood. We think our 311 operators ought to be able to tell people where their neighborhood council is. So outreach is an issue, but we think this was sort of a reactive kind of, response to the fact that outreach still needs to be improved in neighborhood councils. So I think that's probably the reasoning. We don't have Lisa here.
No, she is here.
Oh, she is here. Oh, maybe Lisa would like to tell us.
I'd just like to find out why, because I seconded the motion and I had complaints on it also, but I'd like to find out what the reason for it is. Also, people in general elections don't like to vote, and we know that in neighborhood councils, oftentimes they don't like to vote, and no matter how much outreach we do, sometimes people just don't care to vote. So trying to find the motivation behind it, there's got to be some logic. If you could explain that, Ms. Sarno.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Zine. Lisa Sarno, Interim General Manager for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. This came about as a result of hearing, actually, from our neighborhood councils, from treasurers specifically, in speaking to them, even at our last Congress last year. There needed some help with, if you will, the guidelines based around funding, how they should be utilizing those funds. And part of the issues that we've heard of major concern right now is that a lot of our stakeholders are not familiar and are not able to secure information on how the funding is being spent by our neighbor councils. And what we are doing is what is not being said at this particular moment is included in that informational bulletin was a budget template that will help our neighbor councils and our treasurers forecast and plan on how they're going to be conducting their outreach and spending their monies, and also what funds they're going to be using on community development and community enhancement projects. One of the things that we were asked to do was to help our neighbor councils in the utilization of some of the rollover funds that are currently in jeopardy. And there's close to $1 million that currently could roll over this July. What we did was we sent out a memo to all of our neighbor councils that had funding that may be reverting back to the city, and we also am providing, if you will, the assistance and the tools from the department to help them forecast as to how they want to be spending those funds to benefit their community and to conduct outreach. If you go to a lot of the 912, the Neighborhood Council Review Commission hearings, if you go to a lot of our BONC, our Board of Neighborhood Commission meetings, you hear that the two things that are the most important to neighbor councils from our stakeholders, as well as our neighbor council board members, is outreach, outreach, outreach. And what we are doing is we're setting precedent in helping and providing the tools and saying you still have choices. We're not taking away your choices. But what we're saying to you is that we hear you in that we know we need to be able to provide some tools, and here are some tools in which we can help you do that. One of the things that we find that are the most successful for some of our neighbor councils is that they do forecast. The ones that are successful do forecast and do look at how much they're going to be spending in outreach. If a neighbor council is already spending 25% on outreach, then there shouldn't be an issue with this. If they are already spending 25% of their funding on community improvement projects, there shouldn't be an issue with this. What we want to do, though, is bring to attention to those that are struggling right now on how to spend their monies a way to do that, and the department is here to be able to help them do that. It's also in our audit, the city controller asked us if we could help by putting some parameters in place for our neighbor councils, because some of our neighbor councils are spending a lot of funds on, if you will, what is deemed operational. But again, what we'd like to do is help them do the budgeting process, help them forecast a year in advance, as we all have to do, with, of course, the opportunity to come back and make adjustments if necessary.
So it wasn't a mandate, it was more of a guideline?
It's an informational bulletin that basically indicates to them that we would like to help them and that we would like to see them, forecast these percentages into their thinking on how they're spending the monies.
But what was it, mandatory on the percentages, or was it optional? Say they wanted to spend 30% or 20%. Was there any variable in there, or was it kind of like...
I'll have Kevin McNeely come up and explain that process to you, Councilmember.
Thank
you. Ms. Hahn? Good afternoon. I'm Kevin McNeely with the funding program. There was a clarification to the original info bulletin, and after consultation with the city attorney, and right now is strongly urged that a minimum 25% be spent on community improvement projects, and also an allocation for outreach. Trying to find allowing them the flexibility to set their own goals, but also a minimum that they need to help with outreach.
So when you mentioned strongly urged...
Yes.
I'm trying to define, is that a mandatory...
Read what you say about outreach. Must be spent. You say 25% must be spent on outreach efforts.
And we do have the ability, council members, that was provided to the department. It is within our mandate that we can make this a mandatory situation.
I'm sorry, just to answer his question. I mean, I've been sitting here. It's an easy question. Was it presented as optional or mandatory? Don't answer at it.
Thank you.
Answer his question.
Thank you, Mr.
It's
White.
frustrating just to hear this. Just answer his question.
It's both.
No, if I could explain. Gwen Poindexter, Assistant City Attorney. The second bullet is a option for neighborhood councils to elect to choose how to spend their monies for the neighborhood improvement projects. It was drafted so that if they spend 75% or more of neighborhood improvement projects, then the outreach component doesn't apply. If a neighborhood council, for example, chooses to only spend 25% of their budget on neighborhood improvement projects, and the outreach component, which would then mandate that the rest of the budget must be allocated for outreach.
That would be 75% then?
Pardon me?
Then that would be 75%.
No, that would be just 25%. The outreach component is a minimum of 25% unless a neighborhood council chooses to spend more than 75%.
On outreach?
No, on neighborhood improvement projects.
It's confusing.
It is confusing mathematically, but
See,
it works
we're trying
out.
to make it simple. I mean, it's difficult to understand the bureaucracy in it, but to say optional or mandatory. If it's optional, you can spend 20% or 30%.
And then, Mr. Zine, it's Ms. Hahn's time now.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're working on the same goal.
If you're good,
trying to find the answer.
I just want to make sure that she's good with it.
We're just working together to try and find an answer to it.
Well, no, I think he was talking, and he asked a question, and I answered. I was thinking on his time.
Well, the answer that I received wasn't the same answer you gave.
Why don't you make this your last comment, and then we'll come to Ms. Hahn for her regular comments.
My only comment is, they have a $50,000 budget. And within that $50,000, the last few years they could spend basically however they wished, correct? And now we've given them some guidelines to say, we'd like you to spend in this and this. And my question is, in this and this, is it optional to spend in this and this, or is it mandatory to spend in this and this? That's my question.
They can spend, they have an option to spend more than 75% on community beautification projects if they so choose to do so.
Okay.
If they do not, if they don't spend that 75%,
On community beautification.
right, then 25% of that 50,000 needs to be allocated for outreach.
Must be.
Yes.
Okay.
Must be allocated.
That's mandatory then?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Outreach is a key component for our neighbor councils.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I just want to make that clear as mud. And that's the problem, Dennis and Jack. I think you picked up my frustration and the neighborhood council's frustration. It says a minimum of 25% of neighborhood council annual funding must be spent on outreach unless the council elects to spend more than 75% of its year's allocation on neighborhood improvements. It is strongly urged that a minimum of 25% be spent on community improvement projects. It's confusing, but it's clear that they mandated, the first bullet point mandates that 25% be spent on outreach. We have not determined what outreach is. We have never made that a policy on the City Council. The Board of Neighborhood Commissioners has never decided that that's a policy issue. Many of us feel like that's a lot of burden on a neighborhood council to be completely, having to spend that much money on outreach when we're not even clear what that is. So we're against this. We think it was an ill-conceived bulletin that did not take into account neighborhood councils. And I will tell you, colleagues, I chair the Neighborhood and Education Committee. I have never heard the kind of outcry from neighborhood councils pleading with the department to tell them how to spend their money. That is really not across the board. That has not come up at the Congresses. That has not come up in my neighborhood councils. I've never seen that issue brought before my committee, that they need help in figuring out how to spend their money. So we're asking that this policy be considered by the 912 Commission to see whether or not we even think that's accurate, that we should be telling neighborhood councils what percentage of their funding they ought to spend on any of these issues. I don't think, Dennis, that's what you and I thought of when we were on the Charter Commission. One size does not fit all for neighborhood councils, and we need to empower them by making sure we can help them create their budgets, give them we need to cut more bureaucratic red tape in the city. Let's empower them to do what they really need to do, not mandate that they do certain things. I don't think that's the intent of neighborhood councils in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zine?
I just have one follow-up. I understand that exactly. You mentioned $1 million. Some neighborhood councils want to roll that money over and use it on a large community beautification project. How much can they roll over? Or at what point does it then go back to the fund?
They have 3 full fiscal years to spend any year's allocation.
So they can raise up to $75,000?
Yes.
So over that point, then it'll revert back?
Right.
So if they want to do a big community beautification, they can hold that money for 3 years, but hopefully have some game plan.
Yes.
And not just hoard the money.
Exactly.
I see. Okay.
And again, one of the key things is that the informational bulletins that have gone out are actually, a lot of the information in there were at the request of the treasurers themselves. And part of the information bulletin that we're talking about right now provided template and tools for them to forecast and budget, and with, again, the option of contacting our department and asking us for assistance where we can probably provide them with some expertise.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So our last speaker on the queue. You can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Okay. Next item, please.
Item 27 was being held for an amending motion, and that has been circulated.
Okay. Mr. Parks?
I just would like to move this item. The amending motion is a technical issue of where the money should be dispersed.
Okay. Nobody else wishes to be heard? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 30 was called special for cards from the public.
I believe that was Mr. Dogg who, Mr. City Attorney, had used all 5 minutes. Is that correct?
He used up his 5 minutes.
Okay, so pursuant to council rules, we'll note his name for the record on item 30. Seeing no other public speaker cards, we'll close the public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on 30 in council? Seeing none, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Zine, request to be excused Wednesday, March 7th for city business. A motion is required.
All right. Mr. Weiss moves and Ms. Perry seconds. If there's no objection, that excuse will be granted.
Councilmember Garcetti, request to be excused March 27th and 28th for city business. A motion is required.
Okay. Mr. Wesson moves and Ms. Hahn seconds. If no objection, that excuse will be granted too.
And Councilmember Cardenas, request to be excused Friday, April 13th for city business. That meets council policy.
Okay. That excuse is granted.
The desk is clear.
Any announcements, colleagues? Do you have any announcements?
25,000 people attended to Los Angeles Zoo on a wonderful weekend that they had. And also early this morning I went up to the tower and it was absolutely beautiful. We could see underneath the belly of the St. Vincent Thomas Bridge and all the way to the Great San Gabriel's, the wonderful snow. It's beautiful to be in Los Angeles.
Absolutely, and I want to thank members of the Legion Valley community last night who came out in the rain. Dozens of folks to light up 135 new streetlights in Legion Valley, and what Ed Ibrahimian said was the best attended street lighting ceremony he's ever seen, and I know that community worked very hard, and we want to thank Congressman Javier Becerra for helping us get some of the funding for that and welcome the Legion Valley Phase 1 streetlights to that community. Other announcements? Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several Black History announcements. The Esselwan Bookstore, who also played a role in our event yesterday with the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar reception, they're going to have two events Sunday, February the 25th. Nikki Giovanni will be at their location signing her latest book, and also on Wednesday the 28th, Gail Ward will be at that location with her most recent book, and both of those are in Lamert Park. And then Little Washington Dance Theater on Crenshaw will have their Black History Month concert Saturday, February the 24th is the evening concert at 8 p.m. and Sunday, February 25th is the matinee, and that's located at 3773 South Crenshaw. And then this weekend, the Supervisor Yvonne Burke 28th Annual Living Legends Series, where she's honoring Lou Gossett and Chaka Khan, and that's at the Bill Baru Library on 150 East El Segundo, and that is at 11 a.m. on Saturday the 24th. And then Lucy Florence will have in Lamert Park their Black History event on Sunday the 25th starting at 4 p.m., where they'll have there are several Black History events in that location. And then the LA Urban League Community second annual event will be at the Baldwin Hills Shopping Center in the Wells Fargo parking lot on February 25th at 12 noon. And then my final one is Recycling Black Dollars. They're having the last two events on February 23rd today at the Torrance Area Chamber in conjunction with GLAC for the 10th Annual Black History Month celebration at the Torrance Marriott. And also the final one is Saturday the 24th. The Power of Voice Wealth Business History Makers will be at Fame at 1968 West Adams Boulevard for the February the 25th of Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Other announcements? Now can I ask everybody to please rise in council chambers for adjourning motions? Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Jesus L. Bedoy. He passed away on February 17, 2007 in his Sun Valley home from complications associated with diabetes. Jesus L. Bedoy became came to the United States in 1954 from Jalisco, Mexico. He entered the United States Army Reserves in 1954 and was honorably discharged in 1960. Upon his discharge from the Army, Jesus worked as a laborer for 36 years. Jesus will be remembered as a loving husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather. He was a hardworking family man who enjoyed the great outdoors, camping with his family, and hunting with his sons and friends. Jesus was a gentleman with a great sense of humor and will be missed by all who knew him. Jesus El Bedoy was laid to rest on Thursday, February 22nd, 2007. He's survived by his wife Concepcion, his 3 sons Cesar, Oscar, and Brian, and his 2 daughters Laura and Adriana. And Adriana works for DWP, and his 8 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Velma Black Phillips, who's the mother of a friend of mine, Dr. Keith Phillips, who's the president of World Impact. She passed away yesterday. World Impact is a Christian organization dedicated to ministering God's love in the inner cities of America. She's survived by her 3 children, 12 grandchildren, and 35 great-grandchildren. Services are scheduled for Monday at Forest Lawn at the Little Church of Flowers in Glendale. And in lieu of flowers, the family is requesting donations be made to World Impact to memorialize Velma's memory. And then it was really sad to read in the paper today that Dennis Johnson, also known as DJ, passed away at the young age of 52. Dennis played for Harbor College in the Harbor area and also for Pepperdine for 2 years, where I really began to follow his career. He was born in Compton and grew up in that community. He was a 5-time All-Star, one of the top defensive guards of the last 30 years, and was part of the last Boston Celtic dynasty. He spent 14 seasons in the league. He played on title teams with the Celtics in '84 and '86, and with the Seattle Supersonics in 1979, where he was the NBA Finals MVP. He was inducted into the San Pedro Sports Walk Hall of Fame in 1991, and actually was made a quote in the Daily Breeze at that time that he thought nothing that special had really ever happened to him before. And he, of course, was one of the favorite teammates of Larry Bird's, who said, "Dennis was a great player, one of the best teammates I ever had, and a wonderful person. My thoughts and condolences are with his family." He said deciding where to continue his career after going to Harbor was an easy choice because Pepperdine was the only school that offered him a full scholarship. And in one of the papers today, he even remembered his coach at Pepperdine, who was a good friend of my family's, Gary Colson, and attributed him for really helping to shape his career. He was then, after he stopped playing full-time, he was assistant coach with the Celtics from 93 to 97, and then he spent 4+ seasons as an assistant with the Clippers and was their interim head coach for the final 24 games of the 2003 season. He is survived by his wife, Donna, sons Dwayne and Daniel, and a daughter, Denise. I think Dennis was one of the greatest, quietest players in the NBA, and was always a good team member and was really delivered in some of those big games. So we're really going to miss Dennis.
Absolutely. All members on that. Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn, for that. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.